Warm welcome to everyone. We are here with Eagle Strike number 5. This time we're as a double elimination tournament. We have some great games coming up to you. We will start off with Oziligev against Nostalgia. Will definitely be a treat. Today joining me is Fancy Josh. Don't be fooled. The whole thing with Discord setup, I gave up on it, so it will remain black. Maybe for the next event or for tomorrow, it will finally be able to figure out why it does not work properly. So, how are you doing, my friend?
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm super excited to be here.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this now works out. People in the past complained about the single elimination because they played in the first round, had some decent performance, and then in the second round they had to play against seed number 1 or seed number 2, got kicked out and felt really frustrating. So we now switched to a double elimination tournament to give those players a better chance into going into the higher spots, even though that means more games. But on the other hand, more games mean more entertaining casts, so definitely will be interesting to see. What are you expecting from today?
I'm interested to see the double elimination. I think you see that in a lot of other high-level RTS games, and I think it'll be a nice change for this round. Gives the players more time to find their footing in the bracket and a little bit more skill expression, right? Like you said, more games is more content for us, but it's also more opportunities for the players to find their footing. So
Yeah.
very cool.
Alright, let's have a look at the draft. Let's discuss it a little bit and see how this will play out. It works for right away for the first time, but let's do it rather that way. It looks nicer. Here we go. Alright. We have Oziligev banning Italian CA. I think that's pretty standard. It's one of the most banned deck doctrines since we introduced this tool. I actually did a little bit of research about the last tournament, and it has a 90% ban rate, 85 around this bookmark. So people don't really want to play against it. I still don't think it's a must ban, but on the other hand, if you saw Games Ray against Ferry 2 tournaments back, Italian CA just dominated on Road to Tunis.
Yeah, it just brings so much mobility to the table that you can get out to an early resource lead and make it really tough for your opponent in that early game. So
Then Panzerjäger from Nostalgia. I think Panzerjäger is the second best because it also adds a lot of utility, where that kind of struggles in certain moments. But overall, yeah, we don't see that much deck play though, so let's see if those bans were just done because they had to be done, or there are actually some deck gaming coming up. Then we have Breakthrough Mechanized, also pretty standard. Wehrmacht bans there. It's interesting, we never, after the nerf to the Camo MG, we never saw Terror. Even though I still think it's a relatively decent pick there, but, well, apparently if it's not broken enough, nobody's going to pick it. Then
that's a great way to put it. That is a great way to put it. If it's not broken enough, because it is still good. So
yeah,
that's funny.
Then we have Arbor from Aussie. I think Arbor will be really bonkers. Orange Pest did not sign up. He said he will sign up later once he feels more of the game. Currently, he's not really in the mood for Co-Free Sadke. But it is what it is. So yeah, Armor. I think Veteran C1 Jeeps are really good currently. And yes, this tournament is on the newest patch. So meta probably did not settle in yet. So we will go. I think we will see a lot of tactical diversity there. People are figuring out what might be the new meta, showing us some hidden gems that we might otherwise won't see. So I will be really interested there. I think Airborne ban is also really good. The MG drop is really strong. But on the other hand, with the mortar buff, is MG spam really still viable? I'm not sure. I think I only have 10 games in the current patch, and I encountered it once, and it did feel like as oppressive. So we'll definitely
Yeah, I haven't seen it very much either. I've cast about 5 games from the new patch and haven't seen a whole lot of the MG spam. I think players are definitely trying out the new rifles, so...
And then standard Australian ban, even though I think Canadian might be the better ban now, not because the Canadian itself or the Krog, but keep in mind the nade buff, and now you can get even stronger flame nades from the infantry sections. Which...
I would be surprised... Yeah, I'd be surprised if we didn't see that.
Yeah.
They are very strong.
I had some unpleasant run-ins, to put it nicely. Alright, chat. I hope you are hyped. Maps. We totally forgot maps. So, Aussie drafted Twin Beaches, Villa Fiore, Nostalgia drafted Angerville in Tunis, and Nostalgia banned or sniped Villa Fiore, and Aussie banned Angerville. No one wants ever play Angerville, man. It's so hilarious. When I did the poll, which maps I should include in the tournament map pool, a lot of people voted for Angerville. Now it's in the map pool, nobody wants to play it.
Well, I'm glad it's in the map pool. I mean, it's the classic map. And I do think it's reasonably balanced. So, I'm glad it's in there.
Yeah.
Even if we never see it.
That's the disadvantage if you give the power to the players. Then we don't see some maps that much. But we will do another map pool, I think, after this tournament. Now with the addition of Tuscany Vineyard, it's time to change the map pool again, or give the players an opportunity to vote. So the map pool is not getting too stale. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for game number 1. We will be back in a couple of minutes. See you in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's the first game of the day. We have Aussie as the British, going in immediately picking Canadian shock troops. On the other side, we have Mr. Nostalgia as Dag. Fielding, Panzer Command, Armored Support, and Italian Infantry Battle Group. What are we expecting, my dear co-caster, Fancy Josh?
Oh man, Armored Support Battle Group seems like a weird choice on this map, but I guess with some of the bans, maybe he's just the backup choice here. I do think we're going to see Panzerjäger Command. It's very popular right now, but the instant lock from the Canadian Shock Battle Group, that's a bit surprising, so I think we're going to see some quick grenades potentially here, and actually going for a heavy machine gun first. That's not something I see very often.
And definitely, normally you see double Royal Engineer for the capping power, which Brits suffer a little bit in the early game, so going straight for an MG is a little bit weird. And then sending it to the ammo point to cap, what's the point of getting an early MG if you don't try to get it into position and spot with the Royal Engineer or with an infantry section there?
Yeah, he's got something special in mind here, and I'm actually thinking he's trying to hide the fact that he has that unit to start us off here, potentially.
Indeed. So, chat, seeing our new casting overlay, I hope you like it. It not only shows the player name, the score, but also what factions the players are playing. So I hope you enjoy it. So far, nothing unusual is happening. Nostalgia is putting down... I don't want to say it's a standard wire, but you see it relatively often. And I'm not sure if it's really good, though.
Yeah, making your opponent walk a little further. I mean, anything you can do to annoy your opponent, make their units path in an unexpected way, I think can be good. We'll see if that particular barbed wire pays off this game, but I do like the decision to bend the map to his will. So
definitely. Usually, I think it's better to fire off the green cover, so the mosque or the building gets even stronger. But we will see. So we have a 250 and a second Panzer Pioneer on the field, and a Dingo.
We've lost the sector to the enemy.
And I'm not sure what Nostalgia is planning there. Especially, I'm not a big fan of the 250 anyways at the moment. And then against the Dingo, it's kind of already hard countered.
Yeah, he's going to have to be real careful with that unit, throwing down mines on that same point there. Azilagath did see that mine go down, so he's going to know it's there. And what a strange opening from Azilagath. I mean, heavy machine gun and Dingo. I mean, even against Dak, I barely see this opening on the ladder. It's pretty much exclusively triple infantry section, and an optional Royal Engineer to start us off. So pretty cool to see that. Adding on Assault Grenadiers now from Nostalgia.
An infantry section of Tommies has been trained.
Why my middle mouse button stopped working? I hate that. No, I can't do the smooth casting. Ah, no, it works again. Alright, Assault Grenadiers now on the field. Are we seeing the double 250 push in?
Players looking like they're setting up for a big fight over here.
Indeed. Mine gets revealed, but Assault Grenadier all-in push. Are we seeing the 250-9 upgrade?
We are losing territory.
We will see. I think it's if you're going Assault Grenadiers with 250, the 250-9 upgrade is so strong and kind of a must-have. But we will see.
We have territories exposed.
Second Assault Grenadiers on the field. So really aggressive play there.
And a relatively quick platoon command post as well. So it feels like we're going to see... Does he have the fuel for that? I guess he does. It's a little bit early. I mean, typically you see folks go for another infantry section or other unit before going for this early platoon. I mean, the only thing he can add on right now is an AT gun, and I don't think that would be a good choice, but he's going to have the fuel very shortly for a Humber armored car.
I think he's going to get the Canadian called in. I had a talk with Ozzy the other day, and he said he thinks the Canadians are really good against Dak with the Piat. So he might will go for that. By the way, nice usage of the Dingo heal, so he can delay his heal to get a better Humber timing.
Territory lost.
Such an amazing
Very cool.
ability.
Yeah, very interesting from Azilagath. I mean, I feel like this map can really favor spread out play, but he's choosing to stay grouped up here, and this is something you don't really see until the mid or late game, I feel like. But he's got all his power in one place, and he's controlling the resources that he needs to, primarily the fuel on this bottom side, and even on victory points, so he can maintain this this style of play for a while here yet.
The enemy has control.
It is going to be a Humber armored car.
Sorry, I need to type something quickly. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, you know the beautiful thing about players, even though I said Thomas is the referee for today, and after I start casting, don't ping me anymore if you have questions, please ping him, they still do it.
The joys of being an admin.
Yeah. It's always
Humber armored car on the field here.
Oh, Humber will hit like a brick. Flak is on the way, but not on the field yet. Dank Hunters could be called in from the timing wise, but no resources are in the bank.
And Zilgath floating quite a bit of manpower here. I'm really, really hoping he's going to click those Canadians here. Yeah, he is. Let's go. You were right. Very cool.
I'm still... They got cheaper, right? From 360 to 340?
Something like that. It was a 20 manpower discount.
Yeah.
They also got an upkeep discount. And mortars were improved, although I don't think that's what we're going to see them for this game.
I don't... Yeah. Oh, nice infiltration grenade! That might hurt! It did not.
Is going to drive that unit back, though, and let him secure this territory.
We're losing a munitions
I'm
point.
surprised how well Nostalgia is able to keep map control, considering that he has such a small infantry force.
Well, that bike goes a long way, and oh, that's a dead 250. Nice
Yeah.
catch.
Sector lost. Repeat.
And Panzerjäger
Jaegers.
being built and not called in. I think they lose a lot of shock value if you build them. Even though they got buffed, they are now cheaper. 240 to build and also less to reinforce. But still their shock value.
Critical locations can be designated for a point assault.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to have the 250 alive when they were on the field. But being found out there, gonna shut down that option. And a 6-pounder on the way here, ready for this flak.
Panzerjäger upgrade incoming, so we have a Shrek on them. Bike goes down as well. But no with
It's a little
flak
bit
on the
aggressive
field.
from that bike.
Yeah, was a little bit greedy there for sure.
Ooh.
Dingo recon vehicle has been destroyed.
I just wanted to say that the Shrek upgrade is not that great in the early game because you get more volleys off with the AT rifles against light vehicles, but I was proved wrong. It killed immediately the Dingo.
Yep. And man, a little bit of a bloodbath to start us off here. No infantry going down, but I think more losses in this early game than I'm used to seeing. I feel like.
Yeah,
So sign me up.
I like those messy games when people are so like they have to split their focus so much that messy things happen and then they do a micro mistake where a unit dies. It's the most fun. Like perfectly executed games are also fun, but they get stale really quickly.
More mines being found out here. That's a really deep mine on that top side from our British player. He's going to try and clean it up here, though. Get some free experience on his engineers thanks to the new patch. Oh, maybe.
You get experience. Man, I read the patch notes, but I always forget what they say. Especially about those such small things like sweeping mines give you XP.
The new patch was so nuanced. I felt like they changed a lot of things in an unexpected way. You know, it wasn't just mess with numbers, it was mess with the functionality of the game, which I really appreciate. I don't know what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Like the quality of life improvement with the shift command on capping.
Infantry training completed.
Thanks
Yeah,
for the raid,
exactly.
Daxon. I hope your games will go Omega well. Good luck and have fun in the tournament games. We are currently live in game number 1 between Aussie and Nostalgia. As you can see, we have a new casting overlay. So quality improvements are done as well. Big thank you for everyone joining us today.
And you were right all the way down the line with these Canadians. We're seeing the Piat upgrade on them, and they were using it to deal with that flak. 6-pounder also in the area to help out, and feels like our British players' game plan is to just lock down the center, as is typical on this map.
We also see now the new combined arms buff on support weapons. Or we were able to see for a couple of seconds. But I'm not sure if Nostalgia is doing the right calls there. He's really concentrated towards the middle, and I feel like with his army he could play a little bit taller on the flanks and give Ozzy less room to maneuver.
We are losing a victory point to enemy action.
Breach! We are seeing Breach!
Canadian shock infantry.
Yes.
Victory point under enemy control.
And I don't know if you've used Breach in the new patch. It feels way better to use.
Yeah, it does not
It
feel like
is.
you're shooting in your own foot. Because animation, you could get like animation into the loop and so on. It was awful.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen a few times this tournament, and I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
So Ziligath has picked up point assault as well as infantry training here. That's going to go a long way on these Canadians, who are already very tanky at Veterancy 1. But the 10% increase excuse me, 10% harder to hit makes a big difference on a unit like that.
Yeah, yeah, especially on anti-tank units, you want to stack those buffs so you can stay longer in the tank engagements to get your damage done.
Canadian veterans paying for blood.
And just grabbed up
Nice retreat there for Nostalgia, and nearly lost the Assault Grenadier there to the Flame Nade.
We're losing a victory point.
But two of them, it feels like a little bit of an over-investment. Nostalgia, by the way, has tier 2 up, tier 0.5, getting a Stuck D.
That's a good answer to this infantry-heavy army. Mines absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, the mind gaming. Ozzy loves his mines. Nostalgia could get down some mines as well. Yes, 2 pioneers.
A sector is in enemy control.
So,
Company command post on the way. And with not a lot of floating fuel, I wonder if he's thinking about foot guard, maybe? I don't know why you would go for company command post this early if you're not floating fuel.
well, he has his pretty set army, right? He's not getting any tier 2 units anymore. I think that's like not going to happen anymore. So he can invest those floating resources. Obviously not always the best call, but I think in this game it's okay.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Nostalgia has, though, technically has a really efficient army later on, or resource efficient, right? He does not need to take up to tier 3. With Panzerjäger Command, you're basically set with tier 2.5. You have the Stuck E's or D's with the deal with infantry, and then the Martyrs with Crew Shock Tactics
Command points available.
and the Anti-Tank Overwatch, I think it's called. At least I call it like that way. You have a pretty decent army to deal with any tank or even heavy armor.
Very true. And a second Stug on the way here. Gonna continue to invest in his anti-infantry effectiveness here.
Bad Flakman on the flanks. I think Nostalgia is doing exactly the right thing. The Flak is so good on dealing on the flank as long as there are no proper counters to it. And the Piat is just not a good counter against it. You get suppressed.
Victory point to enemy action.
Yeah, it has the same problem bazookas have, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it just gets out, it just outranges them, yeah.
Yeah, especially the Piat with this horrible ready aim time.
In enemy hands.
Yeah, it's funny, the Piat on paper is identical to a Shrek, but I tested it, and boy is the Piat slower, despite having all the same stats. It's crazy.
It has a really good accuracy, right, though. I think it has nearly 100% accuracy. It rarely misses, but I'm not a stat guy, so it's all about personal feeling for me.
Yep.
No upgrades from Nostalgia yet for his units. He has 3 LVs out, so smoke upgrade should be out soonish as well. Yeah. Ozzy has such a hard time getting flank control.
He's doing okay. I mean, we've seen pretty reasonable control of victory points. I guess he is behind.
He's
not by a
suiciding his
whole lot.
flak. Nope. I swear he did that
He's-
smoke upgrade.
The beggars are
No, he
thirsty
just
for
got it,
victory
like,
point.
30 seconds ago. The good old smoke.
Yeah.
I can't misplay and will get away.
Victory
Yeah.
is lost.
And Crusader on the way here. Assuming I can recognize the silhouette correctly.
I always mix up Matilda and Crusaders. But I think it's
Yeah,
the
it is a
Crusader as
Crusader.
well.
Yep. So now this Flak's days of camping the edges of the map might be over.
Commander, enemy force.
Nostalgia a little bit of an AT problem now, only having one track. Obviously the track is really, really good against the Crusader, but it can't be
Enemy
everywhere.
ground forces have claimed a sector.
Yeah, it doesn't really have that kill threat, right? It's more of a deterrent.
Even though I've seen some amazing plays with Cruise Shock tactics. You can use it on the Panzerjägers as well. So you could Cruise Shock the Crusader and then kill it relatively well if he misplays. And keep in mind at Veteran C1 they get the grenade, anti-tank grenade assault, which is just bonkers.
So you're gonna find this Stug on the bottom side, maybe. Just kidding, not gonna move in that Crusader. Here it goes. Oh man, Humber Armor Car going down to the Stug though. That's
A
a little,
huge misplay by Aussie. Should never happen. Crusader getting upgunned! I don't know when the last time I saw this upgrade.
Oh man,
no.
Crusader hitting a mine underneath the Stug, and the Stug might go down here.
Yeah, there's nothing to save today.
Smoke? Oh my god.
What?
It
the
lived.
hell?
How did that Stug live?
It should not have survived.
I think Azilagath overthought it a little bit there.
Yeah, he should have just went in. However, Piat is there. But the Soul Grenadier smoke will save today.
Wow. You know, I think it's funny to see that, right? Because at a low level, that Crusader's diving every time, right? I mean, bad players will always dive there. And at a high level, you know, you have to make that critical decision of, I don't know what's in the fog of war. Is it worth losing this Crusader over a Stug? Right? And for us, it's easy to say that absolutely he should have dove there, but he doesn't know that, right? And, yeah.
I think he could have
Interesting
taken the
decision-making.
risk from driving through the smoke, getting the shot off.
Experimental pressure
But yeah, better safe than sorry, I guess.
victory point is being overrun.
Interesting in AT gun instead of a Marder.
He's got a cool skin for it. Maybe he wants to show that off.
The enemy.
Oh, I bought the new skin package, the new one that got released. It looks so nice.
I also did. I got the British.
The one thing that they're really doing well with Code 3 compared to Code 2 is the skins. Like the Code 2 skins were, except with a few exceptions, all awful. And that's
Oh,
a
you think so?
dead. Yeah.
The enemy has 300 points remaining.
Oh man, what a flank!
Nostalgia's collapsing. Off map is on the way. What just happened?
Wow. I don't know, dude. That flank was huge. Just totally enveloped his force and got some really great side armor hits.
This is
Wow.
game.
Yeah, it is. Yes. Wow. And second Stug in jeopardy here. Piat's doing a huge amount of work here. Devastating.
And went from a relatively even game to a lost like 30 seconds.
That right there is why it is so impressive when games go long, right? Because
Yeah.
you know, even tiny mistakes lead to a sudden collapse of your entire army. So, wow.
The Bosch are losing ground. Down to 250
I think
points
going
now.
AT gun instead of Mardas was a
All
mistake,
engineers
though.
trained and ready to
Mardas,
go.
compared to AT guns, insanely mobile, and it would
Yeah,
have died to the off map there.
yeah, and he wasn't even floating, or he was floating a ton of fuel. Definitely could have afforded it. It feels like he had something in mind for that fuel and didn't want to invest in martyrs. But may have burned him bad there, unable to escape and reposition with his AT guns fast enough.
Nostalgia still staying in the game, but I don't think he can come back from that.
The enemy is down to 200 points.
Ozzy
Carry on.
nearly having twice the pop cap, getting a third Crusader,
The sector's an enemy
and
hand.
once the Crusaders train starts to come in, it's really hard to keep it at bay.
Yeah, big time. So we'll see him try and push out. I mean, I think Azilagath should know his tremendous advantage here, but like we were just talking about, we see him being a careful player. He's not going to want to throw this game away by doing something rash, so it could go on for a little bit longer. Crusader on the bottom side diving on this AT gun, getting in behind there. Second Crusader going to come in from the top side as well, and I think this might be the end.
Yeah, especially Ozzy, man. He has had such a big reputation in Code 2 of being the throw master, having such big leads in games and then still losing. I think that really took a hit on his mental health since then, and he's really careful now in tournaments.
Well played.
Oh, look at the KD.
What a fantastic. Yeah.
Poor Nostalgia. He really collapsed there.
Man, those Canadians seemed really, really efficient.
Yeah. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back in a couple of seconds with game number 2. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2 between Aussie and Nostalgia. This time we have Aussie as Wehrmacht. And on the other side we have Nostalgia as the US forces. What are we expecting? What are we seeing, my dear friend, Fancy Josh?
Oh man. So everybody's feeling like they hit Wehrmacht with a giant Nerf stick last patch. And we're going to see the Italian Coastal Battle Group here, which is very unusual, at least from what I've seen. And, you know, they also changed the way U.S. work in a pretty major way with the big bar rifles early change and the ability to get captain from all of the support centers. And I think they improved the viability of all the support centers. So very much looking forward to this game.
Yeah, but no rifleman this game. We have tier 2 and double scout and pioneer opening. So I'm expecting MG spam build order.
Yeah, it does feel like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, they changed mortars as well. You know, I think I overvalue mortars, and I say that pretty much every cast. But they did improve the mortars. They fire much faster now. Excuse me, the projectiles reach their target much faster now. And maybe could be a counter here. We'll see.
I have seen some pretty wide clips with the new mortar where people kill like light vehicles and so on with it.
Yeah, the ability to hit vehicles is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool until you are the receiving end and then you are getting mad.
Just move your vehicle. No, I'm kidding.
Aussie's first 30 ammo going down for a mine in the middle. Also, we have a Ketten on the field, which is interesting because I think the consensus from the players is that Ketten isn't really worth it at the moment. Because it's not the fighting unit, so in your first engagement you will be down one fighting squad.
Yeah, I mean, you're trading that fighting power for a huge amount of capturing power that can translate through the entire game if used correctly. So I think it's a very high skill cap unit. But you're right, that trade-off in the early game, pretty substantial.
And we have another MG on the way from Nostalgia and the first MG from Aussie. I think once he sees the MG, he will cancel the MG though. At least he should. He's not doing so.
He's committed.
Yeah, my personal experience is going MG42 against vertical spam makes your life harder than easier, cause you can't really hold ground with it anyways. But you can't really push with it, so it's not a really useful unit. But I might be wrong there.
No, I would tend to agree with that. I mean, I think the way to beat heavy machine gun spam at this exact stage in the game is to have more capturing power, because that's what your opponent's going to be suffering from until they get, you know, up to the standard 20 million U.S. Infantry on the field. So.
Yeah. MG42 now opening fire against a 30 caliber building and won't do too much. We have Luftwaffe Company already on the way from Aussie, so a really slim tier 1 tech there. Only 3 units.
I think we're going to see, I mean, I'm hoping we're going to see the new Jaegers with their improved anti-infantry. And I think, you know, I think this is what Relic had intended with the changes they made, which is to get players off of early Grenadiers and more into those those higher tier infantry. Scouts finding a mine on the top side. So German player dropping a number of mines this game already.
I think actually the kinda had the quite opposite effect on that. At least in 2v2s. Obviously there's always a huge difference between those two game modes. But in 2v2s, the merge basically made it possible to field a huge elite infantry army there, because you could avoid the high reinforcement cost by just merging into them.
Howitzers are available to us.
I never paid basically any manpower for not Obersoldat, how they are called, Stoßtruppen, Jägers, and never paid any reinforcement because they are always merged.
We're losing a fuel point.
Yeah, and I mean, what they intend for a patch and what actually happens don't always align.
Yeah, fair enough. Like, I agree that merge needed a nerf, but I think 1 minute cooldown is too much, man. I think 30 seconds would have been more than enough to kill combat merging.
Scout Car's been really popular this patch. I think it's pretty good on this map too. Just because of how wide this map is. And gonna let him chase down some units, get in behind these heavy machine guns. So I'm really liking this Scout Car here. Bazooka's on the way though to deal with that.
Nostalgia committing.
I'd even pick up
that scout.
Nice.
Alright. Zooksword will be amazing against the 2-1, but thanks to the size of the map, 2-1 should have an easy time avoiding the Zooks, but it hits the mine.
What a weird mine that was.
Yeah, it's more like one of those anti-infantry mines, where you put it to deny the cover. I think it's actually not that bad that the 2-1 hit it, because it's no manpower loss and 2-1 will survive surely. It's just a slight tempo loss.
Well, based on that Scout Car driving to that specific spot, feels like he might have seen it going down. Like,
maybe.
I don't know if that was intentional, but it's working out for him.
Let's say it was. Always pretend to play. All amazing plays are intentional.
Yep. Give him credit for it. Yeah.
Oh, we have something interesting being called in. A pack, how we call them.
Heck yes. But that one weasel.
The weasel is a. Why is the weasel immediately Veterancy 1?
Yeah, that was part of the patch. Their justification was that this, the more expensive command point led to a unit that was hitting the field with too low a strength, so they gave it Vet 1 so it would hit the field running a little bit. And I guess at this stage in the game that doesn't really matter.
No, really. Yeah, he has healed. There's no usage of the weasel. Did they increase the projectile also for those medium-sized artillery units?
Yes, they did.
Imagine reading patch notes, or if you read them to memorize what they actually say, man.
I have them in front of me right now.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Better prepared caster than I am. Alright. Flak 30's on the field. Not sure if it's a great addition now. Obviously, Flak 30 is a great counter against MGs. However, with the Pekawin on the field.
Yeah, it feels like Azilagath has made a couple build mistakes this game. We'll see if it ends up burning him, but that MG and now the flak is.
Yeah.
We'll see if it haunts him.
G43 Jaegers are out, but they decided not to cap. Slight mismicro there from Aussie. Here we go, got fixed. The Pekawin kind of feels underwhelming compared to the mortars.
Yeah, I think that's been the general consensus for a long time, especially since they nerfed the heck out of it. But I don't know. I'm happy to see any new build, any new units. I'm all about it.
Yeah.
So
that's also
That's
also the reasoning why we pushed the tournament 1 week after the patch, so we can see those wonky things. Otherwise, when the meta settles, we don't see those units. If the player figure out quickly that they might not be worth it, or we see some units that might actually become the meta.
And we're seeing the the Coastal's getting their change this patch here. They're in the building and they get access to a light machine gun while inside buildings. And we're seeing them fight these engineers here in the middle with that new weapon.
Doing some
That's
good
about
damage.
one upgrade.
Check the line.
I have to admit that I feel conflicted about this. On the one hand, it's a nice change to make coastals more viable, but on the other hand, it feels weird. They're walking into a neutral building and suddenly they get an MG. Where do they pull it out, and why they are not using it normally?
Yeah, they've always struggled a little bit on the realism aspect, I think.
I don't mind those things, right? Because Core is obviously not historical or realistic. It's an arcade RTS game. But even this feels like a stretch for me.
Yeah, it makes a bit more sense when they get into a bunker they've constructed, but yeah. Neutral building, maybe not so much.
Victory points.
Kettencrad in trouble here. He's gonna bail out, but gonna have to run the gauntlet.
Nah,
Oh
man.
man, dodging both bazookas.
Cat never dies.
Artillery officer on the field now.
Pushed us off a
A
sector.
little bit late.
Not much
What a
doing
weird
from
build.
the officer though, only capping.
Points available.
And both players going up to their vehicle, or their tier 3 same time here. Or tier 4, depending on how you count it.
Oh, I always mix them up. Every tank tech for me is tier 4.
So, are we going to see the new 76mm Shermans?
Oh, will be interesting. Keep it. You have the upgrade now in your tier 4, right? You don't have to go for the tank upgrade center.
Yes, exactly. Yep. So I think Panzer IIIs are going to have a rough go of it. If we see the 76mm on those Shermans. And man, this pack has been an APM sink for his opponent, I think. He's been forcing some moves with it. Nothing too insanely crazy, but just being annoying, forcing those repositions. Stoss trooping on the way.
Oh, Stostrup will
German
be
here.
definitely be a good unit against the MGs. With Vortency 1, you hit the button and then you are suppression immune and you just walk up to them.
And raiding flares for our US player out of his special operations battle group there.
No one ever picks smoke. Sad. And no, with double
Mango's
Zook.
is
No, only one Zook squad, sorry. I thought there were double squads.
Enemy
and a
movement.
mortar added on in addition to the pack howitzer.
Yeah, man.
Commandos are reporting.
And SSS. SSF will be definitely be a struggle unit to deal with, but with Obersoldaten on the field,
They've captured a victory point.
they should have the ability to deal with SSF. At least that felt like that in the past.
We've lost a scout squad.
Oh, a
So we're
scout
reaching
went
the
up.
stage. Yeah, nice pickup. We're reaching that stage in the game where I think these heavy machine guns, the heavy machine gun for our German player is going to be a bit better here. That said, his opponent has so much indirect fire, so maybe I take it back.
Well, 30% damage reduction is no joke, right?
Into enemy control.
So,
Yeah, very true.
ooh. Bazooka Squad has a tough retreat,
The whole bazooka. A squad
and
SSF
Nice
is awaiting
pickup.
deployment.
they bite the dust.
Scout car finding another mine. It's a mine-sweeping scout car.
As long as the Obersoldaten don't sweep those mines. Oh, I'm sorry, chat, if you can hear that, but apparently someone decides to do some burnouts on the intersection. And it's crazy
Wasn't coming through on
loud. I don't know. On my side. Not on yours.
I don't hear anything.
Okay, that is
so I
shit
think
though.
you're okay.
Okay. Yeah, the beauty if it's a hot summer, so you have to keep your window open because ACs are not a thing in Europe. And you live close to an intersection. Well, I like Nostalgia's army composition at the moment. He's not that far off from a Sherman, just lacking a little bit of manpower. Aussie meanwhile getting a Brumba, so Sherman with 76 upgrade might do the trick there, or a Hellcat, I'm not sure. But I think the general player consensus is that Hellcats are not worth it at 1v1, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Weasel actually capturing some territory on the bottom side.
Does it have signal layer? Or did he went for heal? I think he went for heal. By the way,
something that we haven't talked.
Go ahead. No, Yuri.
Something we haven't talked about is the fact that communication cables on the Kettenkrad are actually meaningful now because territory points no longer grant vision, but this Kettenkrad actually capturing these points and providing vision is actually a big deal. Yeah, something subtle.
Minesweeping Brumbear now? Hellcat will be out soon though, so Nostalgia opts for a Hellcat. By the way, Ozzy spamming a shit ton of mines with Coastal Wall.
Yeah, he is. Nostalgia's got a ton of mines as well. I love mine wars. They say mines win games, and when you plant 40 of them, gives you a lot of opportunities to make that a reality.
True. I think that's
bazookas on these coasts.
One thing you can really spot if you have like a really seasoned 1v1 player or high rank 1v1 player is the amount of mines they put down. Like having the micro or you are able to spend micro in the late game to get the mines down and still keep your vehicles relatively well repaired is such a big skill. Meanwhile, 2-1 goes down.
Yeah, I would say that statement apply. Oh man, Hellcat getting aggressive. Finding the injured Sturmpanzer here.
There's nothing to contest the Hellcat. He's just running around to get those sweet rear armor shots in.
Oh man, bazooka coming out of the base.
Yeah.
Probably not going to be enough to save the day here.
One shot. He has also the APC rounds. LPCR. What is he doing?
What?
Yeah, here we go.
Oh, there it goes. Oh, and the bazooka missed. He's not going to trade.
Ah, that's awful. And the bunker might go down after the upgrade made it through.
Devastating. Yeah, mine-sweeping Sturmpanzer finding that mine. Cost him the tank there. That's a big deal.
But you have to admit, Nostalgia going in there was ballsy. He knows there are an insane amount of mines down from Aussie, at least aware on the left flank. And then still going in without any support and just hoping it will work out. You need some balls to do that.
Yep. Wow. So, I don't think... I mean, Aziliath not out of it, of course. That Hellcat isn't actually going to do anything now that all the tanks are dead.
I get the Pintle, then you can do some anti-infantry damage, Camper.
True, yep. But another Stas trooping on the way here. So, further bolstering his anti-infantry.
The question is, what is Aussie follow-up tech? P4, I think a single P4 won't do the trick. It will still lose to the Hellcat. And he has no second line AT. He has no Shreks, no AT gun, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, he'd have to go for something like Jaegers here. I mean, I want him to go for an AT gun, but there's no way that's happening, so... It's a tough spot to be in, I would say.
This will be definitely be hard to pull off.
Victory points pretty even though, and I mean he's got those elite infantry. They're starting to vet up here,
Down to 250 points. Repeat.
but I guess he is dealing with these veterans. High vet heavy machine guns is tough to deal with at this stage.
I think he needs to buy Veterancy 1 for the Obersoldaten. Get officer quarters in. And
Yeah, that could be a big deal.
just use the Veterancy 1.
Just looking through Oziligath's. Oh, go ahead.
I think Nostalgia soon will get another Sherman out of that. Ozzy will be in the world of pain. Because at the moment the Hellcat is doing nothing, but this once a Sherman hits the field, it will feel different.
Right on cue.
Command point should be spent when possible. Germans are down to 200 points. Keep it up.
Feels like the Brombat attack really backfired there for sure.
All dead.
Yeah. Unfortunate. I mean, we could see he's very focused on anti-infantry, right? I mean, he's Stasstruppen, Sturmpanzer,
Securing our capture point.
right? He is dedicated to dealing with this this infantry from his U.S. player, which is the right call, but Sturmpanzer going down for free was
Especially
pretty
since
darn
it's
devastating.
such an expensive unit.
No longer under our control.
It's 120 fuel, right? So it's really expensive.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
White phosphorus coming in from the pack Howie.
almost cleaning out those coastals on their way out. Or I guess that was the officer.
Officer also performing well.
Point is being
He
attacked.
always gets suppressed and therefore his ability gets cancelled before the first shots can land on the MGs.
We've lost the territory sector.
German hitting the field, dealing with these Stasstruppen, going to drive them back pretty quick there. And Pioneers on that top side not even going to finish their capture for fear of the Sherman.
Victory point has fallen into enemy control.
Yeah.
Bled down to 150 victory points here is our German.
Yeah, 80 gun bunker up. But it's a really
It's a-
defensive one. Well,
So
he has
he's going to
actually-
add on a tank.
Yeah. They're cheap, right? 125
let me look.
manpower piece.
130, 15 fuel.
No, that's not that expensive. And coastal with the stolen zoot goes down.
Yeah, and I
Aussies-
think, he's
Go ahead.
creating a safe space for his tanks, right? So now he can get out a tank, and with how far back this weapon is, it's going to force the indirect fire to move forward if he wants to deal with it. So I'm actually liking this AT bunker.
One of our munitions
We'll see if it's the right call here, but cheap alternative, right? And it's going to give him a safe space for a tank.
Alright, Stoßtruppen might go down. Have a tough retreat path ahead of them.
Phosphorus not quite going to block their path.
And the new
This
Gunda
is-
from Aussie.
Yep, and that is a second heavy machine gun as well. So wow, really committed to this Sturmpanzer.
I don't know if that's the right call. He's really like funneling all his units towards the middle. He has no unit that can be sent on the flank on its own. Obviously, with the Hellcat on the field, the question arises even if before could go on the flank. But still.
A squad of SSF is
So what I will say about this map in particular is I feel like the fights really start to focus out front of players' bases the later the game goes. And I think Ziligath might be leaning into that here. So a Sturmpanzer right down the center could make it very difficult for his opponent to take territory.
Krauts are pushing
I'm just hypothesizing about what he's thinking. I'm not sure if that's actually
Yeah.
where he's headed here, but
He kind of feels that. Well, double SSF was on the field. Not sure if we have the Zook upgrades. Let me check. Not right now, but P4 suffers a lot against handheld AT, so maybe he's not really eager to play into that. But he does not have that much AT to cover the Brumbear in the first place. Keep in mind the AT gun bunker only covers one specific spot, so if the Brumbear even overextends slightly, he will lose it.
yep. Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing mines that are also supporting this idea, right? They're kind of in the flanks here, so if the Hellcat tries to get feisty on the edges of this Sturmpanzer, it's got those mines to protect it.
The sector's been
Yeah, this is a tall order, but
under attack. We must act.
I think that's very clearly his game plan here.
But look at the Sherman, it hit a mine. It's less than 50% HP, but there's no follow-up.
Yep.
We're going deep. Really deep.
Mine sweeping again.
Yeah, man. Because as we know, that's the best usage of a Brumba.
Enemy movement.
Hellcat moving to punish.
They have taken our victory point.
Brumbear
Oh
just
man, just
taking the
losing track of
beating.
it.
Oh, he was over micro, he might lose it. APCR has been popped.
That's a dead.
Oh no!
Surely.
Are waiting to be used. We've lost the territory.
You know, I hate to throw shade, but I think this game is going to come down to a couple critical mistakes by Azilagath. I mean, he has just wasted those Sturmpanzers, which is really unfortunate because I think his build is solid and his strategy was solid with how far behind he was, and still is. But yeah. But I say that, and he's got control of all 3 victory points, so there's more going on the map than just the Sturmpanzers going down.
Yeah. I think Nostalgia's a little bit also over microed. His repairing of the Sherman is still not completed, even though it's like a couple of minutes after the mine was hit. Meanwhile, without the Sherman, the Obersoldat will run Rampage. Not Obersoldat, Stoßtruppen. I'm terribly sorry, but the Code 2 terminology still sticks for certain units.
Doesn't bother me.
Yeah!
I can barely pronounce half
Yeah.
the names.
Fair, but at the beginning I called the wind of it always Ostwind, and everyone
Yes.
in chat everyone was thanked. What do you mean? Especially if those were like players that did not play Code 2. It was
I did the same thing with the Whiz Bang. I can't. What did it used to be called?
Calliope. I still call it the Calliope.
Yeah.
Because you see those units so rarely that you can still stick with their Code 2 terminology.
Sherman tank, finished and ready.
Yeah. Then you gotta Google it. Go on Wikipedia, see what the difference actually is. Is it just different names of the same unit, or are they actually different things?
Chat fact check me there, because I thought it's the Whizbang and Calliope are the same, but apparently the Whizbang has fewer rockets but bigger rockets.
The captain
Meanwhile,
Yep.
Nostalgia is sweeping mines and paying it dearly with losing of a squad. Captain Dan paid the ultimate sacrifice.
Two
80 gun
Shermans on the
bunker
field now.
is covering the VP.
A victory point is under attack.
It's kind of cool to see our German player, rotating into these bunkers in the very late game, and he's being very conservative with them, knowing that there's a ton of indirect fire. It's very cool.
Oh, Sherman might go down. He
Oh.
is engine damaged. One more shot. Nope.
Lost vision there. And you know what? Well, I was going to say, vision changes to the territory points might matter, but not in that case. We're losing vision at the last second there. What do you think? Are we going to see a third Sturmpanzer here? Kind of feels like it.
Yeah, feels like it, right? Because what we already know is that if you built the unit twice and it did nothing and it just died, obviously the third time it will win the war.
Down to only 100 points.
Well, and the difference now, he's got 3 of these bunkers ready to go, covering all the victory points. He's got a lot of mines down. He's got 100 victory points to work with.
Into enemy control.
Yeah, it's not that much though with the higher tick rate and co 3.
We have command points waiting for use.
Middle will though change hands into for Aussie, at least for the moment. But to stop the VP bleed, you need 2 VPs. I still think Aussie has a good army composition for a really long game, but he's running out of VPs to make usage of it.
Oh man, pack howitzer going down there.
To what?
What the heck did
the-
that?
What
It was
killed
phosphorus,
Points
but
under enemy control now.
it? Did he throw white phosphorus with the... No. The Obersoldaten were not close by.
weird. Did he phosphorus himself?
Oh no,
No.
please don't say it collided with something in front of it.
Weird. I did not see what happened.
Yeah, me neither. Hellcat getting
More
a beating.
anti-tank.
Aussie needs to stop the VP bleed. More bunkers coming up. Feels like this will be a no tank game from now on. Obersoldaten hit veterancy free.
But taking a beating from those Vet 2 mortars there. You know, something they said that they fixed is the veterancy gain on indirect fire. For a long time, it wasn't being properly counted, the experience that is. And so now indirect fire vets up faster, theoretically.
It's the same reason why indirect fire units didn't count their kills properly, right?
Yes, yeah, theoretically. That's how I read the patch note. I'm not sure if that's what they meant, but...
AT gunshot disappeared. Hit but did no damage. Bounced.
No bleeding right now. Game is on either player losing victory points.
AT gun bunker is doing some good damage,
The enemy is stealing our munitions points.
but it runs into the same issue as previously. There's nothing to finish the tanks, and since they're so far back, the tanks can easily sit out of range and still fire on the VP without being threatened.
Territory lost.
Feels like these Stosstruppen have reached the scary points, a really scary point for his opponent to deal with, and he continuously wins this central point here, despite there being only Stosstruppen here.
When freeze those Truppenmen, they're worth your whole army. They're so good. Oh, the usage of
20%
skill
accurate.
planes was not that smart. Without vision, skill planes do nothing.
The enemy have taken territory from... Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
Well, we do have a bulldozer on the field,
99. They have taken
and that's going to be bullying these infantry around.
AT gun bunker, by the way, perfect positioning on the top
Two-
side, but can smoke.
2 of them. Oh man, is that a flanked bunker?
Who would have thought
all victory points.
that a stationary AT gun gets flanked?
But I mean, it's literally Azilagath has triple capped here.
Again,
He's
man.
losing his bunkers, but
He's getting
This
more
game
and
is
more.
ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's one of those games where you're not sure if this is because both players are playing. Oh, you're not sure if it's a high elo or a low elo game.
Well, I could definitely tell you that both players are being pushed to their max,
Yeah.
APM wise.
But technically, Ozzy has a better late game, like scaling wise with his units. But without a counter to the tanks, the bunkers are not that strong.
Reports coming in.
Yeah, his wall is being folded. 2 bunkers going down, now this 3rd bunker exposed.
But the Obersoldaten capping the middle again. They're just holding middle on their own.
Yep.
Command points are available.
Using the unsuppress ability here. Walk forward.
Oh, but they have to retreat. The Pekko is doing some decent damage. I'm so scared. Don't lose to this solo HP. Sherman's going for
Oh
a
my
base
God.
inspection. I think Ozzy is
Uh-oh.
toast.
Yeah.
The soldier realized he has the critical mass, he can just go in.
Yep, and surely this is the end here. Not a lot you can do with 4 tanks in your base.
Might be a tough cookie. Hackett even got the pintle.
Yep. Stas Trooping retreating to their deaths there. I think Azilagath is processing the loss here a little bit.
P-47 airborne and ready.
What a bizarre game. Very cool to see Coastals.
I think Coastals is one of those sleeper doctrines. It's always good, but it was never. It's not broken anymore, so people don't pick it that often, even though it's a really, really solid choice. The early game kept power from the Coastals.
Yeah, and I think it's a cool alternative to what some are seeing as a pretty heavy-handed nerf to Grenadiers.
Yeah, for sure. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with the ace game in a couple of seconds. Grab something to drink, something to eat. I think we are in for a banger. See you in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the ace game between Aussie and Nostalgia. We have Aussie as the USF. And on the other side, we have Mr. Nostalgia as the deck once again. Alright, what are we expecting, my friend?
Well, I apologize, but it looks like I got kicked from observer mode.
What?
Yeah. I literally dropped right as you started your intro.
Alright, chat, we will be back in 20 seconds.
Sorry, chat. Alright, I'm in.
Alright. Feels like it did work this time. So let's repeat everything.
Crews have been made available.
We have Aussie as USF. And on the other side, we have Nostalgia as deck. We are on Twin Beaches. What are we expecting, Mr. Fancy Josh?
Man, I love Twin Beaches. And they adjusted it this patch. I think they lowered the fuel income from the bottom 2 points, if I remember correctly. Oh, and also the all fuel points
Engineers on the
got
field.
slightly lowered to 8.
I didn't know that 8 pointers existed.
Yeah, well, they're new this patch.
Yep.
Yeah, and so are 12 points. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of times you'll see players focusing on that top fuel point in the early game. And as the game kind of moves on into the mid game, you'll see players start to focus more along the central road and kind of rotate to both sides.
Truck fueled up and ready.
For those of you that don't know, Havoc has a great video on this map, which I think still applies even post-patch. But, wow, we're going to see a cool opening here. Armored battle group right off the rip.
Jeep opener with Veteran C1. I swear, man, every patch, before people know what the meta will be, we see the return of Armor Jeep Veteran C1.
And I think there are some new build opportunities with the changes to the support buildings. Mechanized support saw a pretty significant change with moving out to 76 millimeter. So here's hoping.
Yeah, interesting sandbag from Aussie on the bottom fuel. Like, usually they put it straight behind the flag, so the enemy can't use the cover.
Neutralize.
But apparently Aussie is like, it's fine if my enemy can use my cover against me.
It's basically committing to never using those tank traps on the left
Yeah.
side. And it is going to be Rifleman for our US player.
Are we going to
So
Are we going to see early bars? You can get them really early though. Basically your first tag can be bars now.
yeah, that'd be really fun to see. I think early motor pool is as viable as it's ever been
Taking the field.
as well.
But I think if you go early bars, water pool is not an option.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You
Yep.
have to go
Alternative.
for tier 2.
Yep. We'll see what he wants to do. I do think we're going to see another rifleman before either of those options, and as I say that, I take it back. Infantry Support Center on the way.
We've lost the territory sector.
So maybe
250
we are...
hitting the field.
I still don't think you need the 250, man. I don't want to say I'm a 250 hater, but I still think currently it's not that good. You have the bike for combined arms. Bike has its amazing veteran C1 with its tracer round, so it's actually really useful in engagements. I rather have something else.
Yeah, it makes me think we're going to see... I mean, I like 250 against MG spam. To have the option to flank effectively. But against US rifles, I would tend to agree.
Yeah.
Jeep getting in a little scuffle here at the top.
Oh, Jeep will get away.
ISC's been upgraded, and a captain
Yes.
has been assigned to you.
I'm telling you, by the way, the new Jeep with the better map pack, if there was ever a true definition of the unit that it's worth throwing your whole army to kill it, it's the Jeep. At least in team
Well,
games.
and that's even more viable now because map pack units are visible in the fog of war,
Yeah.
which I really like as a change.
Yeah.
Commander, we've lost a sector.
Makes counterplay a little bit easier, but still, it's so hard to kill them because they see when you are coming.
Yeah, I just like that it opens the door to counterplay, right? I mean, I don't know if map pack units are... Well, I know some folks feel like they don't belong in the game. I wouldn't count myself in that group. But having map packs that have counterplay, I think is a good gameplay choice, or game design choice. So
Yeah, fair enough. 250 got some beating, but it at least gave the free model Home Grenadier the opportunity to help out instead of being forced off, so looks like the tech was worth it. We have tier 1 up, but we're going straight for tier 2, so maybe we are going to see the buffed ADRAT.
motor pool's been added on here, saving up a little bit more fuel, and I do think we're going to see the Greyhound. So our German player doesn't know it, but he needs to add on Jaegers next.
Yeah.
Probably has a pretty good idea,
Reports of enemy movement. You're on
seeing the Vet 1 Jeep, though.
Armored support, so it will be ADRATs, because armored support and ADRATs are basically the best combination ever made in human history, Kerpa.
M8 Greyhound.
Superior fire drill is so good with ADRATs. It's so much value.
So we are seeing literally the fastest possible Greyhound here. He's even got rapid production to get this thing out even faster.
And he's getting armored skirts. Not the MG right away. I
And
think
Jaegers instantly.
there was like a debate for quite some time getting MG first or skirts first. Usually it did not matter because you could get both right away. But looks like it also is one of the guys who have rather skirts over the extra DPS.
Jeep continuing to be annoying, capturing all sorts of territory in the wings of this map. I feel like it's really hard to get units down to this southern beach sometimes, unless you're like really committed. But Jeep making that easy. Bike's going to do the same job as well.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Captain just holding down.
What do you think?
Go ahead.
Veterans one rather capping Jeep or combat self-repair Jeep?
Vehicles ready to take to the
I think
field.
it depends on the map.
A victory
Wait.
point is under attack. We must act.
Combat self-repair? I thought it was drop,
But
it's
it's
either
both.
capture or drop.
Yeah, you can
Oh.
drop and combat self-repair,
They've captured a victory
Oh.
point.
which is enough to out-repair getting snared and getting fired upon.
Wow, okay. I mean, by far the most popular choice is capture and self-repair, right? I think there are niche cases where dropping off can be really good.
Yeah.
But I think it's more map dependent than anything.
But it already tells how rare people go for the other veterans reward if you did not know that you can repair while being in combat with it. really fast.
And I think if there ever was a time to do it, it's with rifles, right? Because if you're going for rifles, you don't have the weapon support center, so being able to mix and match those units. 250 going down in a big way here to the double Greyhound, though.
Yeah, Flamer Pioneer will bite the dust as well.
So that's pretty devastating.
Drops the Flamer, so bike goes down. We have 8-Rod out, but I don't think the 8-Rod will be able to deal with the double Greyhound. I think the soldier just collapsed.
Well, if he loses... So, I mean, we're only talking... What am I trying to say? The early game vehicle is very difficult to keep alive. So I don't think it's necessarily the end of the world here. He kept his core infantry alive, going for a second Jaeger now. 8-Rad picking away at these Greyhounds. So he has the tools he needs to survive the disaster that just happened. And the longer this game goes, he's definitely got room to come back.
Double Jägers on the field. Now we can see them shining because they are cheaper. I think it was
He
such a
hard-built both of
necessary
them.
buff.
Yeah.
They were so awful.
It did dissuade people from building them. So I like the change overall.
Well, you needed them,
Territory point is no
but you
longer
didn't want to keep them because after the vehicle died, they were really expensive to reinforce with.
Riflemen ready.
55 or something like that. They were more expensive than Palm Grenadiers, but they had zero anti-infantry capability.
They pushed us off a sector.
And they're scaled. Without any doctrine, they had zero scaling.
So what's really scary about this situation for our German is that his opponent can switch into bars here and absolutely run over those Jaegers, I think. But actually, I say that 8-Rad, double 8-Rad, still a big threat, so I take it back.
8-Rad decides to hit those boats instead of the captain then.
Chaffee, anyone?
Oh, Sheffield would be great. I think with armor you can stay full tier 3 spam.
Grenades to the frontline men.
Yeah, Scott saw some pretty big changes.
Oh, Greyhound is a little bit ballsy there. Dodged the nade nicely, but Panziger will get away. Jesus, were the Greyhounds fast on the road. They were literally driving in overdrive. I think the soldier's army is in a weird spot. He has a great army to deal with infantry, but it doesn't matter that he's able to deal with the infantry, because the Greyhounds are the problem.
Yeah, 6-pounders coming out to deal with these 8-Rads is going to be tough. I think it speaks volumes to the situation that literally anything by our US player would be a good choice.
Yeah.
Because I was seeing some folks in chat saying Scott and third Greyhound as options as well, and I would tend to agree with that.
Ozzy's too safe of a player to do that, though. You really rarely see all-in pushes from him in tournaments.
True.
We've lost control.
Like I
Yeah,
said,
and I
he has
guess,
a great reputation of throwing games when he's
We have
ahead.
anti-tank crews reporting in.
Or had. Maybe some folks will remember that, but it's a really long time ago. It was during one of the Master League events where he was playing against Helping Hands. So it's already niche, long time ago, and a niche tournament. Game in a tournament. But he was really ahead. He basically had the game, and he still lost it. Twice. And throw to serious.
So, Captain going down for free to those 8-Rads. Where does our German go from here? Where does Nostalgia go from here? I mean, it's going to be...
Flame Panzer.
Feels like he's headed toward... You think so?
Nah, not really, but I love this unit. I see
Yeah,
you just unlocked it.
Stockpile of infantry munitions.
Yeah, he did. I was thinking Command Tank might be up next. He has struggled for fuel this game. So whatever he does, it's going to have to be cheap.
Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a Martyr to contest the Greyhounds? Maybe wait till you can call it the Command P4?
Enemy movement near a victory point.
He is going to do Flame Panzer.
No! I was not expecting that, lol.
A victory
How much anti-infantry do you want? Yes, please.
All of it, yep. Jeep did get picked up there. Greyhound's moving in up top to take advantage.
I don't know, man.
rounding automatic.
It has an amazing veterans you want to be an anti-tank. Not an anti-tank unit, but a great support unit for anti-tank. Where it has such a long stun.
Yeah, discouraged dives by Greyhounds, potentially. I don't know. It's not like he wants to dive with the Greyhounds.
No upgrades yet from Nostalgia, so no smoke. I think Barth is a mistake. He has double Greyhound, so he's winning every engagement against Nostalgia's infantry anyway, so he's now into the win harder move. I think he needs something like a Shaffy, or I think Shaffy would be great.
Oh. Have a
MG
machine
gets
gun going down
double-mated.
to a nice grenade. Yeah. Nice.
I think Nostalgia's fine with the current state of affairs. He has his side under a firm grip, he will now go for the double cap.
And you were right about the Martyr.
We're losing a fuel point.
And a Chaffee now coming from our US player.
The Chaffee has arrived.
Yeah, Shaffy will definitely help with those tanks, but Mara's on the way.
I'm excited for this. This is going to be a light vehicle war.
Requisitioning
I don't know if
deployment
I've seen
targets
this
and
in a long
anti-tank
time.
I would say I love it, but since we saw it so much in the past,
lines. Defend
I
our
feel
victory
conflicted
point.
about it. But obviously it's a new flavor at the moment. Like an old new flavor, so let's see how this plays out.
Mhm.
They have taken our victory point.
Oh man,
Look at the fire damage!
Rifleman.
Rifleman down. No
Holy cow.
survivors.
The flame pants are not respecting your feelings. We have now a nice USF barbecue.
Nostalgia creeping his way back into this game, man. Picking up Rifleman, picking up Captain.
So kids,
We need to see some
maybe a little listen there about how flame damage work. Basically, if you really clump, the AoE of the flame damage will kill you. If you really spread out, you only one model gets damaged by the fire damage, because except the crocodile, all flame damage is in a straight line and not in a circle effect.
Nostalgia nearly losing his Martyr and his 8-Rad there.
You have 3 command points available.
We have, by the way, Allied War Machine, I think it's called. Cheaper tanks, manpower on tanks.
Oof.
We have a repair recovery vehicle.
8-Rad.
That was
Bites
an
the dust.
avoidable loss. Driving
Yeah, it
forward
was.
with low HP into an AT gun. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Marder will go down? Or not? It will go down, but he gets the Shaffy, so it's something.
Well, players just gonna trade away units here. Let's go, messy game.
We have
Jaegers might
Shark's
go down.
favorite unit on the field. The recovery vehicle.
Oh yeah. You know, props to Zilligath. I mean, this is.
Go ahead, go
I
ahead.
would not describe this build as meta.
No, me neither. But it's great fun to watch. It's I love messy games. I can't
And in a
stress that
tournament,
enough.
no less.
Yeah.
In a tournament, no less. I mean, it's, yeah, very fun.
Command point points should be spent when possible.
Martyr being salvaged there.
Seek
So we're
and
gonna get
destroy
some of those
tactics
resources
available.
back here.
Vehicle crews have clearance to advance.
New Marder's on the way, new Chefy's on the way. Maybe a third Panzerjäger? Because the riflemen are not the problem, right? So you only want to have something to deal with other light vehicles.
Chaffee light tank is accounted for.
Yeah, looks like he's opted for that Martyr, though. I think I like the Martyr just a little bit better because of the high mobility on this map, but the way these players are retaining their vehicles makes me question that, so...
Fair enough. Look at the fire damage. Oh.
Chaffee added back on.
I think Ozzy is giving up too much map. At least on the flanks. The double Greyhound should dominate on the flanks. Nostalgia has to stay together with his army to be able to deal with it, but he's still able to hold the flanks because Ozzy is also trying to force concentrate into the better force concentration army.
Yeah, I think, you know, Zilligath's doing a decent job controlling the top side. I mean, he has the dominant fuel position. He's going to walk away with 2 victory points here. And I feel like he's kind of boxing in his opponent with these, the threat of these Greyhounds through the middle. So.
Yeah. By the way, no command P4 set phase. I think it would have been a great addition to this army. The rate of fire boost and the survivability that it adds. Yeah, but he went for the other tree, so I think he's going for skill planes now.
Yeah, you think he's going to rush the planes?
Even though I think in this game, I rather would go for the bombs. Because the only real threat that Ozzy feels are the AT guns, and the dive bomb deals with them pretty well. The Marder should be enough to deal with the LVs that are on the field at the moment, and later on as well.
Anti-tank team on the field.
Wrecker he
Marder in
needs to
trouble.
destroy the wreckages. Wrecker is a little bit overconfident there.
Oh,
Trying to
man.
recover the Marder.
That's a dead vehicle. Surely.
By the way, Nostalgia also has access to scavenge, so you don't want to donate your units. Look at the damage there.
Is he going to live?
Nah, no way in hell.
Are you sure?
No?
Oh, he would have lived. Oh, he is going to live. No way.
Okay.
He even managed to bait the Panzer
Into a mine,
anti-tank.
but there's not that much follow-up. AT gun is not in a good spot. And if the Chefy goes in, it will die to the Panzerjägers.
So you asked me which game I wanted to cast today, and this is exactly why I picked Nostalgia versus a
Yeah.
Zilligath. They're both very equal in strength, and they have some fun play styles. I'm so glad we cast the series.
Oh, I love that series already. Nostalgia
going down
throwing
to the
his
Chaffee.
Marder.
Yeah.
Marder getting away with 1 HP.
Oh no, he crushed the wreck that he was salvaging. Oh no. That's okay.
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that.
Yeah. Oh man, how about two more Greyhounds in the queue?
I think Nostalgia needs to get after the Greyhound. He needs to
Enemy Greyhound
get
is deployed.
the another Jaeger.
Point is under attack. We must act.
Pretty dominant map position here for our US player. Feels like
Jesus,
I'd
how
love to
fast.
see him dominate the right side
How
too. He has
Yeah, how fast the Greyhounds were built. But yeah, you are right. Chat throwing shade, man, calling this a single player build from Aussie.
Well, we've seen, I mean, it's a messy game, right? We've seen so many losses that we're stuck on light vehicle tech, which
Initiating seek and
I know you
destroy.
said you had seen enough of in the past, but I'm happy to see here. And here we go,
Yeah.
Greyhounds diving.
Here we go, Seek and Destroy has been popped. The Greyhound train is going in. One Greyhound goes down. Bar Rifleman in the back with the Chevy. That might be GG. Blitzkrieg has been popped. But there's nothing to blitz.
Greyhound has been destroyed.
Oh my god, both players taking heavy losses there. But with the Panzer going down, only an 8-rad still on the field. We saw a Jaeger go down as well here. It looks like the Grenadiers are going to be tossed as well. Not focusing
8-rad is going
down,
on for no reason.
Oh! Oh my god. All the Greyhounds are dead. All the German vehicles are dead. Wow.
What happened?
I don't know who won that.
I think if the Chevy gets away, it's okay. Base inspection time. If he will get snared.
Yep, is going to get snared. Isn't going to be able to pick up the Flame Panzer. Here comes another AT grenade.
50 points.
Wow. Okay, well.
I think for nostalgia it's good, right? Look at the amount of wreckages.
Yeah. The fight took place on his side of the map, and if he manages to recover even half of these, he's going to be feeling really good. And you can see him rushing that. That said, U.S. player has control of all the fuel. The majority of victory points here, so the longer he's building a lead, the longer it takes the German to come out of his base here. We did see double Greyhound back in here. What a ridiculous fight.
Jesus Christ. Come on, P4!
What a...
Sorry, I'm hyped. I love this unit. It's my OG Code 2 unit that I loved so much.
Enemy activity near our munitions point.
And that could be pretty game-changing here. I mean, imagine fire rate and armor in that last fight.
Yeah.
Would have made a huge difference. So... yeah, I think double Greyhound after that fight was probably a mistake. I think that both players limping away from it, he could have chosen to do something else here, but really committed to this army composition. AT gun's gonna shoo away the Panzers there down the middle.
No upgrade for nostalgia. VP-wise is looking really good though for Aussie.
Yeah, he's got a substantial lead, and the ball is in Nostalgia's court to turn that around. This player has demolition packages. Are we seeing mines going down? Anywhere? Not that I can see.
Yeah, normal mines in the middle.
So, yeah, looks like we're going to have a little period of quiet while both players lick their wounds a little bit. But fight's going to happen on the bottom side here.
Let's go, Mr. Command P4. We have double flame tank on the field.
AT gun's out of position here.
Command
Not
P4
responding
so
to
far
this threat.
only missing. Vet 3 Panzerjägers, by the way, so they're really nice.
Doing huge work against that Chaffee there.
I don't know why Aussie built another rifleman. Maybe for mine spamming. Heavy mine went down on the flame tank. AT guns are moving in. No smoke.
Greyhound's gonna get vision. Maybe? Nope, not committing there.
No, they're committing. Marder on the way. But I think he will repair the damage away before Aussie's able to capitalize on it.
Oh man. What a strange little trade here.
Before
that choke
trying
point.
to limp behind a side blocker.
Oh, AT Gun's getting great connections on the flame
Oh,
panzer
the
there. And they're on
encounter
the
are retreating. Yeah, that's the flame P4. P3. And
and
that command P4.
Oh, no.
Miss microphone.
Oh, man. Sorry.
No worries. It's the best that we like. The best that we want to see. But I feel
Yeah, mess is the only way to describe that fight.
yeah, but I think this game is pretty much over.
I don't know. Trading a Greyhound. It's a slow bleed.
Yeah, the
Victory point wise.
Marder will be dead in the 2 seconds.
Just
Nope,
lost.
small arms fire was enough to kill the Greyhound without armor skirts.
Instantly added back on. Yeah, you could be right. Triple cap coming in here. Very wounded vehicles
Greyhound is deployed.
for nostalgia here. A little bit stuck in his base. Looks like he's going to try and move on the top side to pick up the victory point, but Chaffee on the hunt.
Enemy is down to only 100 points.
Base inspection, as you like to call it.
Sector lost. No
Here we
progress.
go. Marder whiffs the shot.
This is a great distraction. I mean, any damage he's doing to those vehicles keeps them in the base for longer. So, I like that play, throwing his Chaffee for that.
Points.
What a fantastic off-meta game.
Yeah. I think the soldier did a couple of wrong unit decisions earlier in the mid game. And that kind of cost him the game there.
Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
Because like double Greyhound, double 8-Rod with Marder support with the Command
They have
P4
taken our victory
would definitely held the line there. During the time where Ozzy had the smaller army. But this
Question
ship
for
has
ya.
sailed. Yeah, go ahead.
This is my first tournament cast. Do you see fatigue in the players?
Oh yeah,
Like-
a lot. You see also tournament
Only have
nerves.
25 points left.
Like, it does not matter how good of an auto-match player you are. Tournaments are always different. They hit
That's our
different.
victory point.
Like, they're always on the edge. That means if you're not really experienced in the tournament settings against a player that's really experienced, that might cost you the game, even though you are the better player. There was like a great set between Dexon and Havoc. Havoc, I would say, is arguably the better player than Dexon, but it was a straight 2-0 for Dexon because he was so much more on point, and Havoc was all over the place because of being tournament nerds.
That game was awesome.
Yeah, that was great fun. Well, 2-1 for Aussie. Nobody hates you, Dexon. I'm just saying, in my personal view, Havoc is the slightly better player. But people can obviously contest me out about that. That was such... Oh, I feel like Dex is getting mad at me. I have to be careful. I'm sorry. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. 2-1 for Mr. Ozuligev. 2-1 for Mr. Ozuligev after an amazing best of 3 with a lot of off-meta stuff and mess. Let's see who is going in next. You don't want to finish here, fair enough. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. See you in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Ray against Tushkan. We are having a quick look on the draft and then we are going straight into the game number 1. They have nearly 100% of same ban rate, bans, except for USF. Ray does not want to play against Armor and Tushkan is not eager to play against Airborne. What do you think about this? What is the
Yeah.
better pick, Airborne or Armor?
Well, I know for a fact Ray hates Airborne, so no surprise there. The MG drops can be pretty oppressive. But I guess he didn't ban it, so he's going to be okay against it. More afraid of those Jeeps and... yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Crossing and Villafiore. I think a lot of people have like a love-hate relationship with Villafiore. Some really like it, some really despise it. But it feels like Ray rather plays on it than Road to Tunis. Which is interesting because I think Road to Tunis is the map that the most people like.
Yeah, and I feel like honestly, it feels a lot like Crossing in the Woods, so I'm not sure what about Tunis he's not liking.
So yeah. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back in a couple of seconds for game number 1. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 1 between Ray and Tushkan. Ray as USF. And on the other side, we have Mr. Tushkan as
Scout squad is ready and able.
the Wehrmacht. What are we expecting? By the way, we are on Crossing in the Woods. And yeah, let's see what will play out. What are we expecting, Mr. Fancy Josh?
Well, Ray instantly going weapons support center into heavy machine guns. Scouts getting aggressive across the river here, picking up that fuel in the corner.
Heavy machine gun has been requisitioned.
And actually, it looks like Ray's going to contest both fuels here. So, triple Pioneer opening for our Wehrmacht player Tushkan.
Pretty standard, I would say. We see that quite often on maps where you have to cap a lot. Even though I would say it's more like a Crossing in the Woods thing. I know that Orange Pass popularized it on the map there. So, will be interesting for sure.
And already locking in the mechanized battle group there
Engineers on the field.
for Tushkan. Engineers
Interest.
following up for Ray.
Ray.
See some early mines, I think.
Oh, where?
No, I think we're going to.
Ah,
Not
yeah.
yet.
Fair enough. Mgino from Tushkan, which is, by the way, also a really good 2v2 player and an amazing Code 2 player. I think he won the last 2v2 tournament from Andre, which, by the way, has a second installment running currently. So, Code 2 also going strong, which is awesome to see. Maybe one day the Code 2 community and Code 3 community can work together again, instead of hating each other. But that might be a co-standard, considering how Code 1 and Code 2 played out in the early days. Anyways.
I think they'll have to shut off the servers Code 2 before that happens, which
enough.
I don't see them doing.
Thirtica gets forced off by Pioneers. Meanwhile, we have the engagement of houses on the left side.
Second engineer on the way. Interesting.
Jesus.
And it looks like Tushkan is going to favor Grenadiers here, at least to start us off.
Connect with it.
Not terribly surprising, but I keep theorizing that we're going to see that changing
Territory point is no longer under our
with the new
control.
patch.
Well, you need
dominant-
some snare platforms.
Infantry support research.
Dominant fuel position for Tushkan right now.
Yeah, Ray invested a lot of resources for into like fighting, but never kept the back line. And I think that hurts him a lot now.
Not even going to finish the capture on this side here. Grenadiers going to probably end up driving these scouts away. It looks like the brawl is going to continue on this right side.
Left side now under film control of Tushkan. Gets an early heal. I'm interested to see if we see a mortars. We see a flamer. So that's something.
And Luftwaffe company on the way. We thinking scout car. Scout car been very popular. I mean, I feel like I see it every Wehrmacht game after the patch.
Commander, the enemy holds all victory points.
Yeah.
And I do think it's pretty decent on this map in particular. Well, any of the wide maps.
It just has an amazing timing. I think that's the main selling point of it. Especially, you know, with the last patch buff of Wehrmacht heal, where you don't have to pay manpower. You have to pay manpower, but no fuel for it. It becomes even more interesting to rush it.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, against USF Tier 2, they have really fast AT as well with the
We have territory
half
isolated.
tracks, and the Zooks rods are also really nice.
Just off a sec- Orders
Yeah,
have
and
been
Ray
carried
clearly
out.
anticipating the scout car, adding bazookas before it's even queued up. Ray finally has his fair share of the fuel, even gonna grab the cutoff point here briefly.
However, Tushkan has a really good map control himself. And the map is evenly split. Slight advantage though to Tushkan.
And what I like about this particular map control configuration is it's relatively unstable, right? When you're deep into your opponent's territory far from your base, the map won't stay this color for very long.
Yeah.
And you can get some crazy flanks.
2-1 is on the field.
Potentially going to run those engineers down.
Oh, they might bite the dust.
Not committing there.
Oh,
Smart choice.
yeah, sadly now all-seeing eyes. Because as from the caster point of view, committing there would have made sense. Zooks were not around.
But yeah, I mean, we know the minesweeping Sturmpanzer, right? We don't want to repeat it.
We don't mention this. That never happens, Kappa. But yeah, it's a call out to YouTube, which we'll watch it maybe later on YouTube. Definitely worth checking out game number 1 and 2 and 3 between Aussie and Nostalgia.
Defend our victory point. We're losing.
A gun on the way to deal with the heavy machine guns. M3 on the field as well.
It captured a victory point.
20mm on the way from Tushkan.
And fairly dominant victory point performance here from Tushkan here. Yeah.
It's look at the amount of capping units that Ray has, and he's still not able to get VPs. Either he's not focusing them,
Control of the sector.
but then it does not explain his poor resource control as well. Like usually Ray is known for insane VP pressure.
And as USF, no less. I don't know if you've read any of his posts on Reddit, but or translated on Reddit. But it's this.
But
yeah.
I know that he loves aggressiveness.
M3 running into trouble there. What took him down?
20 mil, I
AA
think.
gun. Yeah.
Such a great addition, in my opinion, against MG spam. It outranges the MGs. Ooh, what is going on? I think that will never work in a fair world. And we are living in one, how it looks like it. That was really greedy for no reason.
Territory out of supply.
Yeah, that could have gone wrong about 5 different ways.
Yeah.
Commander.
Scout car gonna drive away those scouts. Engineers, pioneers duking it out, but flamethrower gonna win the day on that right side.
Artillery observers and beacons requisitioned.
By the way, Ray getting another Zook squad and scout because he's investing so much into infantry. The casting overlay blocks it. I'm terribly sorry. Yeah, but
And advanced infantry battle group locked in here, instantly adding on the artillery observers and immediately queuing up a beacon to be built. Where is that going down?
on the 5-point of fuel
The enemy holds
next to the
Yeah.
base,
victory points.
he lost that thing.
It's really, I think beacons, even from the DAC espionage battle group, good on this map because you can hide them behind these stands of trees, and it's tough for your opponent to get all the way behind the trees.
Not sure if I like this beacon position though. It doesn't cover that much.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I mean, it doesn't even cover that munitions point there. At least not fully. Oh, I guess it does. Okay, I take it back.
It only covers. It doesn't cover the cutoff though.
Down to 250 points.
And throwing down another beacon on that left side right away.
Ah, good old beacon spam. And then we see the NPC horde. Or who coined this term. I love it so much.
Who coined it, you said?
Yeah, someone coined it, but I don't know who it was.
Ah.
Oh, look at the nade.
An entire gun crew has been killed.
I'm telling you, man, MG's now getting naded, you die.
Oh man, Grenadier's nearly going down. Does look like he's gonna save it.
MG will go down. Yeah, but Pioneer will pick it up. Or not. 20 millimeters coming up. Might get the half track. He throws the Pioneer.
Beacon being destroyed while that was happening. Oh, M3
Magic
going
gets-
down to the...
It went from bad to really bad for Ray in 20 seconds. He lost the half track, lost an MG, lost the beacon, and loses a Pioneer.
Down to 200 points.
Wow.
Engineer squad has been killed.
That was pretty stinking devastating there.
Maybe MG spam is not the way to do it anymore.
Well, I wouldn't exactly qualify this build as MG spam. We've seen two.
Fair
I know
enough.
it's the style, but
It's the style though, yeah.
yeah, two bazookas pretty early. Rather than more heavy machine guns. It's floating a bit of manpower though here.
Both players are actually flooding a little bit, even though Tushkan... I think Tushkan is saving for the assault group.
Yeah, I think you're right. And that's going to be really good here. Stug does great against bazookas at low vet.
Once the Stug hits Veteran C2 though, it counters it pretty well, but it looks like Tushkan decides to go for tier 4.
Alright, Sturmpanzers, I think.
Unit has been requisitioned.
Please!
That would be the...
All victory points under their control.
Let's hope there are no mines.
So you had said earlier that...
Sources cut off.
I think you said earlier that Sturmpanzer was less common these days. Am I remembering correctly?
Yeah.
So that, for me, that hasn't been my experience observing. I feel like Sturmpanzer is much more popular, but Tier 4 is relatively unpopular in general. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Ooh,
NPC Horde is on the way. But it gets suppressed.
instantly. Yep.
I have to... Maybe it's the tournament, right? I don't cast that much auto match at the moment on my Ovaldi channel. Hashtag
Your victory point.
ads, advertisement there. Selfless self-advertisement.
Go subscribe.
But in the tournament settings, we don't see them that much in the last months. And the 2v2, since I'm a main 2v2 player, I don't see them that often as well.
Fair enough. It's amazing how much the meta can shift just across play modes or tournaments.
Yeah.
So where does our US player go from here?
I think we will don't see any techs. We will see
100 points remaining.
relying on the beacon and then the Zooks for
Point is
tanks
being seized by the enemy.
and the slow grind. But the question is if Ray has the time to do a slow grind with less than 100 VPs in the bank. And keep in mind, if we see an ace game, Tushkan at the moment will have a faction pick.
Beginning research.
But on the other hand, what will happen if both players win to 0? I think we never had that. If both players have this exact same VP count. Does not matter because Tushkan lost his first VP.
Advanced logistics on the way, as well as improved rockets.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a third Zook squad.
And it is going to be a Panzer IV.
Reports of enemy movement.
Good
Your
old Panzer
victory
IV, man.
point.
Jack
hit
of all
once.
trades.
Yeah, got hit by a nerf hammer once. Was deserved though. And since then it feels, compared to all other mediums, a little bit underwhelming.
Research carried out.
But maybe I'm just biased. P4 will force off the MG. By the way, we have one G43 Jäger, so it looks like people are trying them out and liking them.
They have taken our victory.
I think they're really strong right now, especially when they get to those higher veteran Cs. And also especially in defense.
Ready at the rear.
If your opponent is charging into them, they're going to have a really bad time.
Yeah. And I think they offer something, some utility that
Enemy
people often don't realize, but it's vision. Especially against NGs, vision is the key. Being able to know where they are is basically the halfway to win against them.
points available. We have 75 points remaining.
NPC Horde again here, trying to break out of his base a little bit, but even struggling. Have a machine gun, 20mm holding it down.
Good old phosphor rounds.
The enemy have taken territory from us.
Look at the AoE suppression! It wasn't even shooting closely to the Zook squad and it got suppressed. Jesus, what is that? Ah, there are two MGs
Well,
to stolen, fair enough. I was like, what the hell?
Territory out of supply. They've cut us off.
I think
And,
Ray is dead.
I think so too. I mean, this has been an amazingly dominant performance by Tushkan. I mean, really well played the whole way through.
Only 25 points left.
I think Ray really went for a very aggressive opening, trying to control the whole map rather than just his fair share, right? And I think he got punished in a big way for it. The Pioneer opening was fantastic.
Yeah,
10 points.
the map control really kickstarted Tushkan there.
Points being neutralized.
And then the misplay losing the MG and the half track.
I can see the Reddit post now. Tushkan upsets, beats USF. Well done.
Well, it looks like Wehrmacht is playable. Ray losing with USF. Allies unplayable. Indeed, indeed.
Yeah, absolutely dominant performance. Damage dealt, infantry killed, whole 9 yards. Well played.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between and beyond. Before we jump into game number 2 and see if Ray can make it into an ace game, seeing that it was just one small upset. If you like what you're seeing, feel free to drop a follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. We are streaming on both platforms at the same time. And if you like it even more, you can also become a patron of RTS on the website to help us to improve production quality, help us to keep the website up, and overall. And if you want to donate straight into the prize pool, you can also do it on the website. And 100% of all website donations towards the prize pool go straight into the prize pool. And if you want to see certain players to fight against each other, which we never see in the tournament, Hulk Smash against the Red Wings, for example, two off-meta players, would be probably amazing to see them play against each other, but we never seen that so far. You can also commission show matches on the website. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with game number 2 in a sec. we need to pause because I hit the magical mark of something and the stream died for whatever reason. I hate that. Alright, we are back. I'm sorry for the bug splat there. We will be back in a couple of seconds. Poor preparation. I know, I'm terribly sorry. But this shit crashes sometimes and it's only on this OBS overlay. Alright, now we are back, so let's start. And we are in game number 2 between Kaiser, Tushkan and Ray after an amazing game number 1 where Tushkan showed the way of doing things. We are on Crossing in the Woods. We have Ray as the Wehrmacht. And on the other side we have Tushkan as the USF. No, it's Brits. Why does it change to... Whatever. As Brits. If things don't work, I don't know. Sometimes it's a little bit messy. Tushkan going for ANC. What are we expecting, my dear friend?
Well, you know, I don't know why folks like this particular battle group on this particular map, but I'm excited to see it. It's not a very common pick.
Yeah. I always think this is a bad battling group, but well...
Well, I mean, they got that changed for hidden demolition charges, which have made for some great content. But at a high level, I don't know if we're going to see that.
We have Mr. Dingo on the field. And I'm glad I don't mix up Dingo and Humber anymore.
Against Wehrmacht, interesting choice.
Really unusual. Really aggressive.
Yes. Yeah, gonna slow down this heavy machine gun. Pretty decent.
But get some damage in.
And Triple Pioneer opening, like you said, was rather popular for Ray here. Gonna let him pick up a ton of territory really quickly.
MG42 getting bullied. Pioneers coming around. The MP40s are really decent against the Dingo because of the rate of fire.
Infantry sections following up there. So I really do think this Dingo was specifically to bully that first heavy machine gun, almost like he knew that was coming.
Was it a good trade? He got a lot of damage on the MG42, but he lost also some HP there on the Dingo.
Well, I think it's slowing his opponent down here. I mean, he's actually got a nice flank with these Royal Engineers potentially here. So it's just about delaying, right? He is still going to lose his cutoff point here.
But MG42 is forced off. No, it went into... Oh, that's a huge misplay, I think. He should have moved up the MG. No, double Royal Engineer jumping the Grand and Grenadier getting beaten up. Might lose the Pioneer.
Players. Gonna be a really aggressive brawl here over the cutoff points. Cutoff in the woods.
Nothing beats the good old cutoff in the woods.
Grenadiers continuing to be made here for Ray. Feels like we might see his tech choice next here.
Infantry Officer Quarters.
Interesting. We think he's going to stay on this tech for a little bit longer, maybe? Or just wants to upgrade his current force?
Usually you see it at the ending of your Tier 1 build order. It's interesting to see it with only like 3 units from Tier 1. I know Pioneer is also getting affected. But usually you see it like with 4 Tier 1 units.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Feels a little early. But maybe he's just going to round out this this tech tree and then move on to the next building potentially.
Victory point lost. The enemy has control. The beggars are threatening a
Alright, Engineer with a Flamer will do a lot of damage there. So far, I like Tushkan's build order. Even though he has less infantry on the field to cap, he still has really good map control.
Yeah, I think he's done really well against that heavy machine gun. And keeping the Dingo alive, mission critical right now with so few units.
Commander Paradrop,
Yeah.
you have the green light.
Alright, we have the both commandos unlocked. I think the normal commandos, if people pick this doctrine, they don't do it for the normal commandos, but rather for the LMG section. But I might
absolutely.
be wrong.
No, I think you're right. Folks really don't like the section paradrop. They want the support paradrop for the LMG. And I think it's the long range, right? It's I don't know, it's such a weird trade-off. I heard somebody also say that it's an upkeep thing too. You pay more in upkeep for the section paradrop, so
They're harder to use, right? You don't want to use them as like a shock troop going in, doing damage. They're not really good at that. Rather as an ambush unit. And I think that's really micro intense. Because you have to like set it up, you have to have always an eye on it. Meanwhile, just having a long range squad that does damage, it's easier to use.
Victory point is being overrun.
But like I said,
I mean,
might be wrong.
they did get a very small buff in the sense that the detection radius of stealth units is reduced from 12 to 10, which is basically nothing, but can make a big difference on those short-range weapons.
By the way, Ray learned the hard way that you buff or change to friendly fire. He walked into his own grenade, lost the model.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
They're on their way.
that's going to be a big deal. Wait, did he add on commandos?
No, that's the normal one.
From our sector.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't sure either for a second there, because the symbol was without the Vickers.
Yep.
Commando support section reporting groundfall. The beggars are threatening a victory point.
Humber armored car getting aggressive, chasing him back into the base there. He did end up adding on one more grenadier after getting the infantry support tech. Luftwaffe is added on now.
Yeah, but
Feels like Jaegers may be in order here.
he needs AT. Humber is running around uncontested, unchecked, and this will make it even harder to gain map control.
Where's that barbed wire going down?
Where are we playing World War One with barbed wire? On the right-hand side.
Yep. I love that though. I mean, he's just using his little bit of extra APM right here to just make his opponent's life that much more difficult. So
Smoking off the
got the
MG right
APM
away. Tushkat is on point, man. Ray getting beaten up there.
Control.
I think you nailed it. I mean, Tushkan is playing the best I've ever seen him play.
Yeah.
And he's
playing
a good player.
exceptionally well.
Yeah.
What's Ray game
Artillery
plan,
barrage
right?
gonna-
He's getting 20 mil. But, like, what is he getting? He needs something to contest the infantry. Currently, he's just running into them, getting beaten up, and then falling back. Look at his KD as well. Like, he's barely able to win a single infantry engagement. But what can he, like, is he getting 2-1? Maybe ADRAT or assault group? Such a tough thing, I think, for him.
Anti-tank
Flak
crews
will not
Yeah.
hit the field.
for orders.
20 millimeter is going to be pretty decent here against everything he's up against.
Look
Resorting to grouping up heavily here. Oh, bigger damage on those upgraded grenades these days.
Territory lost.
Yeah.
I think ADRAT is a good call. It's cheaper than the assault group. Obviously has less value, but there is nothing on the field that can contest the ADRAT, so he could use it more effectively on the flank. Because currently he can't go on the flank as well due to the Dingo.
The beggars
Yeah, and at the rate he's bleeding manpower, it's going to be tough to save up for the Stug Assault group, so...
Rifle sections have been granted grenades.
And 8 red it is.
300 manpower, though, so we will see it in a couple of seconds. Here we go.
We're losing a victory point.
Mr. Rat is on the field.
The good news is here that the fuel difference hasn't been too dramatic. I mean, we're seeing Ray retake his right side fuel right now.
Being overrun.
We might see White,
But,
though. Red is going in. Ray has to make something happen, so the greed over here is understandable.
Threatening a victory point.
nice pickup there. Gonna get the engineers too, maybe?
There's nothing to stop him. Oh, infantry section just coming. He has nades.
The enemy has our victory point now.
Let's see if he will fight it out.
6-pounder way out of position here. Being harassed by those grenadiers. Nicely done.
That was really
That was
well
important.
played. That helped him. Wiping those 2 units.
Yeah, reducing his opponent's ability to capture, reducing the harassment he's been dealing with the Dingo. Both very, very important here going into this mid-game. We can see a pretty sizable squad advantage here. Not that that's unexpected, but hopefully he can make use of that to get himself back into this game.
The good thing on the Hydra is also a soft counter to the Humber. So it will definitely help, yeah. And that's a problem with this doctrine. It leans more to anti-infantry, but in the early game, but I don't feel like Brits have anti-infantry problems in the early game.
Territory sector lost, Commander.
It does not offer that much utility. I might be... But like I said, I just have a hard bias against this battle group, so...
We're losing a victory point.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, he's got the tools he needs to succeed right now. You know, he's kept his Humber alive. Oh man, big push coming down the middle though.
Victory point is in
AT
enemy
guns in
hands.
jeopardy.
One AT gun gets recruited, other AT gun is in the pickle. Humber might go down.
Barely gonna escape. Here comes the infantry though to support. AT grenade gonna come down. Looks like we're gonna see a trade of vehicles. Oh, 8-Rad gonna escape through the base? No
Nope.
way.
Line's been cut.
No ammo! No ammo! No!
Wow. Ray just got real aggressive and real lucky.
Control of all victory points.
That was, yep, game ending.
GG.
Signal the retreat.
Wow. I was just about to say that Tushgun had the tools he needed to succeed, proceeded to put his AT guns out of position and lose the game. Crazy. You nailed it, man.
Yeah.
Didn't have the anti-tank that he needed. And one mistake. Wow.
Even I think if the Hydra died, I would have said it's still game ending.
Yeah.
But
Losing.
that the Hydra survived is just insult to injury.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think that that was a faction loss there. I think it was a very critical mistake. I mean, he chose Aaron C. And then, wow, just wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back with game number 3 in a sec. Tushkan has faction pick. So let's see what we are going to see on Villa Fiore. Be right back. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, ace game time! We are on Villa Fiore. On the Italian countryside. Oh, let's see how this plays out. We have Ray as USF once again. On the other side, we have Mr. Tushkan as the Wehrmacht again. He picked Mechanized Battle Group, standard triple pioneer start. What is Ray doing, my dear friend Fancy Josh?
Oh man, he's doing his standard weapon support center. Here we go, MGs.
If this backfires, man.
Well, so what's crazy here? Tushkan had faction choice here and chose Wehrmacht, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
HFT
that's
team
I think most of the community would disagree with him.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
I'm excited as well.
Because, I mean, we've literally seen allies lose 2 in a row here. And, I don't know. Upset the meta, let's go.
Well, in the set previously, we saw double X allies win. Brits and USF.
True.
deploying engineers now.
Identical build, identical openings to game 1 here. Triple Pioneer Grenadier for our Tushkan. And Heavy Machine Gun into Engineer for Ray. Followed up with another Engineer. Interesting. Wanting that map control over the fighting power of those heavy machine guns.
MG's nicely positioned the vertical, shooting at a blind spot.
Engineers on the field.
Yeah, that building's not a place you want to be usually.
Yeah. It has a lot of windows to the front and in the back, but none on the side, so it's easy counterplay there, or easily counterplayed.
Makes a nice centerpiece to the map, though.
Yeah. I think now I like Villa Fiore. At the beginning I wasn't a huge fan of it, but it grew on me. Now I like it, since it kind of offers a lot of flanking play. People are often really fixating towards the middle, and then they neglect the flank and then give up a lot of resources.
I like how the center of the map changes over the course of the game, too. Like, these walls make a really big impact on the early game fights, and then over the course of the game they get knocked down, and it really opens up the center, and I think that's kind of cool.
Oh yeah, that's also true. I think this is such a thing that co-maps don't have enough. Like, how the map changes during the phases of the game. It's something we don't see that often, sadly.
Sector lost.
It's one thing I like about Angeville. All the hedges coming down really changes the map. But anyway, back to this game.
Starting ISC upgrades.
Heavy machine guns, grenadiers added on here. Medical station on the way for Tushkan.
I think Tushka is doing the same thing as in game number
Been
1.
requisitioned.
Yep, so we think scout car next, maybe.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Which means bazookas next for Ray.
We see infantry support though first. Captain Dan is on the way.
It's a shame we haven't seen players taking advantage of the new support centers yet. But I mean, it is a tournament, and we're gonna try what works for sure.
I think AEC is now an interesting choice with the first bombing and the first strafe being for free.
Yeah, big time. Definitely seeing players experiment with that on the ladder.
Infantry support center stocked and ready. And a captain has been assigned to you.
Map control
And,
relatively
okay.
even, though.
Yep, and an M3 on the way here. Luftwaffe nearly completed, though. Don't like scout cars much on this map. Has a harder time getting across the map, in my experience.
I think it's a weird map. On the one hand, it's really big because the flanks are far away from each other, and people are always concentrating more towards the flank. But switching the flanks is way harder because you technically have to drive through enemy territory if the enemy is holding middle, which makes it sometimes a little bit awkward there. Maybe that's why the 2-1 feels awkward on this map. I don't know.
No, I think you nailed it. I think you nailed it.
Orders have been carried out.
Oh, Flavor just threaded the needle there against the MG.
Oh wow, Scout's eating a grenade as well. Barely gonna live.
Pioneer
Flamethrower getting
might-
some value in this building.
Yeah. No nade. Oh, we have a quad upgrade. No. 75.
And he hasn't locked in his battle group, so still has the option to switch that later. If he wants to go that route.
Oh, Pershing Doctrine. It's so interesting considering like how everyone got mad due to the tech bypass meta. I don't want to call it meta, but we saw it reasonably often, and still barely any Pershing play during tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, they nerfed its veterancy and they nerfed it by one single command point, and nobody uses it. It's
Even
amazing.
though it's still a beast.
It's very good, yeah. So,
It's not OP enough to be justified as a pick, Kappa.
yeah, what did you say earlier? It's not broken, they're not using it.
Yes.
And it is going to be special operations here. Oh, sorry, advanced infantry again.
I think it's Ray's favorite doctrine because of the beacons. It forces such an insane microtext on the Wehrmacht player.
Yeah, I'd say that's a little harder to hide them on this map, but still can be pretty good.
Tushka not performing that well at the moment. He's slightly behind in kills. Map control is
The sector's been
even. Slight advantage there for Ray though. It does not feel as convincing as game number 1. But is it even possible to be as convincing as game number 1? Hard to say.
Well, to be honest, game 2, he was doing really, really well too, and then just made one critical mistake.
Beginning improvements to our infantry logistics.
Well, maybe a couple, but the ending was one pretty big mistake.
Reports of enemy movement.
Nice
to
attack
your
on ground,
victory
or at least a nice try from Ray getting the attack on ground done against the 2-1, but 2-1 was long gone.
The victory point has fallen into enemy control.
And, you know, you think you hit it. Ignoring the flanks can be a big deal here. And we're seeing Ray doing really well on the flanks, and the scout car actually doing okay, making round trips here, avoiding the bazookas.
Rangers are standing by.
Yeah, map control of shifting more and more in favor of Ray. I don't think Ray is that interested in fuel anyways. He just needs to deny fuel for his enemy, but not for himself. Because like I said in the game number 1, I don't think Ray has like a tech up
Krauts are
in
securing
his
our
mind.
capture
He will
point.
stay on the tech forever. He can get a lot of done. He has access to the 75, which counters not every
Attack our
tech in the
victory
game,
point. We're losing it.
but it's pretty decent at dealing with tanks.
Territory lost. Victory point.
Yeah,
now
that's a
under
good
enemy
point.
control.
I do think Stugas, I mean, he's gone for Stugasult Group this go around. And I think Stugasult Group would be pretty good here.
He's
How
reinforcing
far away is
the-
that?
Stuck group can be called in.
And is going to go for that.
Here we go.
And, I mean, that's... Ray hasn't actually added on any anti-tank half-tracks just yet. And only the one bazooka, so there's a timing here where this Stug is going to be...
Oh, it will be really strong.
Yeah.
A victory point is under attack. We must act.
Big grenade from the Grenadiers going to connect here. But...
Last patch, it would have
They
not done that
taken
much
our victory
damage.
point.
Oh, Pioneer Squad going down on the wings.
It's just a pile. It's okay.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Zook
Bazooka's getting
Squad
picked
just
up
got
there.
nuked there.
Scout car nearly connecting with a Ray mine there. Barely dodging certain death.
Quad going forward. Huge push in the middle now.
We have the upgrade.
I think the Stuck could be a little bit more aggressive there in the middle. He has the advantage. Killed the sole anti-tank unit on the
By the
field.
enemy.
Never mind, there's a second Zook, but still.
Enemy movement near a victory
M3 chasing this scout car into the middle of nowhere. Not quite going to finish him off there.
point. They've captured a victory.
And man, this is this action everywhere, dude. Just all the time. This is my kind of game.
Ah, I love that. And yeah, I think that's the beauty of two tech-by players. I don't know if Tushkan is a tech-by player, but it looks like it. They're able to split micro so much across the map and have so many different engagements going on at the same time that it looks really, really nice. And yeah, Stück is doing God's work there, especially since Zook decides to shoot all the Zook shots into the ground.
Bazooka squad is
Twice.
and ready. We
And
have
the Stück is so
victory
good
point
against
under
Zooks.
attack. We must act.
I'm over here wanting to build another one.
Oh, a second one.
Mass infantry.
It's
They've
expensive,
taken our
right?
victory point.
Yeah, it is. But if you know your opponent's not going to go for higher tech, and they're going to stay on M3 bazooka tech to deal with your tanks, I think Stug's, this particular Stug variant is one of the best answers, just because of how high its armor is.
Yes, we have battle group bans again this tournament. We have the NPC horde coming in.
Tushkan banned airborne.
Yeah, airborne
I see it.
and ray band armored.
Scout car continuing to be annoying here, but
Tushkan is
that range.
taking it to support elements. I'm not a big fan going
gonna
assault group and Wirbelwind. I think that's too much fuel for units with the similar similar
Enemy has
role.
300 points remaining.
You either go
Yeah, I think we're gonna
Wirbelwind or a Stück.
Feels like Martyr. I mean, oh, I guess he already had. What am I talking about? Yeah. No, he is gonna go Martyr here, don't you think?
But why
with
Martyr?
the-
Against the
That's our
76?
victory point. We're losing it.
Yeah. I mean,
We've lost a weapon crew. All
it
dead.
two taps. It two taps the 75 millimeter,
Victory point. Now
and that
under
can be
enemy
pretty good.
control.
I don't know. I mean, that's my guess as to what he's doing that.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. And yes, you get veterans if you kill the NPC guys. So, it's interesting to grenade and assault them with units that want to get veterancy fast, like Obersoldaten. Stoßtruppen, I mean.
You have command points ready to spend. Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
Captain Dad got
Somehow-
obliterated.
Uh-oh. A
A victory point has fallen. into
M16
enemy
in trouble
control.
there. Gonna get out, though. Flak gun gonna go down though.
Might stolen. Nope, gets
Lost
destroyed.
control of a sector.
Satchel. Nice use of that ability.
Defend our victory point. We're losing it.
75mm getting aggressive on the Stug there. Just driving
Our
back.
infantry assault is ready at the rear. Give
And
them
wow, this is such a different game.
Yeah, feels way more dominating from Ray. He's really on point. Like, it's not that Tushka is performing bad, but it feels like Ray's now more on point, like compared to the first game.
This is Tushkan's map pick, isn't it? I believe it is.
Yeah, it is.
And a flak on the way. Interesting.
HMG
He's
team
seemingly totally unafraid of the 75mm bazooka combo.
One of our sectors is now in enemy hands.
Very interesting.
Verbal on the way. He could have got the second Stück with combined cost of the tank and the verbal wind. Not exactly, but nearly.
Yeah.
I don't know. And Verbal is
Yeah, I
really
don't know
weak
either.
against the Zooks. I think that was the
We'll see if it comes-
first major mistake from Tushka in this set.
Yeah, we'll see if it comes back to bite him here. The good news about the flak is it's got a mobility advantage over the Stug in general.
Yeah, but
at
it gets
the expense of
penetrated
being-
so fast by the Zook.
Exactly.
He gets the
He's gonna
quad
pick
though,
up the. Yep.
so it's
nicely
something.
Done.
M3
Well,
And,
what you could
you know,
do is bum rush the 76ers when they are not out of position. You kill it faster. With Veteran C1, then it can kill you. If it's out of position, obviously.
should be spent when possible.
Well, it feels like he's going to try and use it the same way he was using the scout car, which is to say, he's keeping it mobile. That is, if it doesn't go down right here. Barely going to sneak away.
Oh, NPC orders coming in! They're highly motivated. At least they were running for
man.
a second there.
Getting suppressed, losing the heavy machine gun though.
Report coming through that the enemy is down to 200 points.
Yeah. Unit preservation starting to hurt our Wehrmacht player, I would say. Triple cap coming in. Gonna
Yeah.
be bleeding, man.
It's looking really grim for Tushkan at the moment.
Yeah, and that goes to show that I think this series, Tushkan has played very well, but games are long, you
Games
know,
are long.
and
Reports of enemy movement.
mistakes add up over the course of the game, and that's what, you know, I don't really know what I'm trying to say here. I've been very impressed, is really what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I think Tushkan played amazing game one. He kept. I don't know if it was like intentional or it was just Ray making some mistakes that Tushka capitalized by. I don't want to say accident because that sounds so rude and unfair. But compared to the last game, like game number 1 and game number 3, Tushka is also not playing bad. It's just that Ray is way more on point. His build order is more on point. He's not losing corner piece units like in game number 1, where he lost right away the half track, where he lost the Zook squad right away, and the MG, where he really died.
You're a victory point.
There are not that many mistakes from Ray.
A victory point is under enemy control now.
At least the Stück is now Veteran C2, so more armor.
I'll be feeling pretty good about that. And Panther on the field.
I think
Yeah.
it gets 175, By the way, beautiful navy blue skin. Is it the navy skin? I don't know.
Another infantry assault is ready.
Yeah,
Give the word.
feels like maybe some build order, questionable build order from Tushkan.
A victory point is under
First with the
attack.
Flak and now with the Panther. And of course, he doesn't have perfect knowledge, right, like we do. It's very obvious to us that Ray has no intention of teching up.
Oh, he tagged up though.
Infantry assault underway.
Did he? Okay, I take it back.
Yeah, Caster's curse, man. You say something and then the opposite happens.
From us.
Well, now seeing this Panther, we're not... There's no way we see a vehicle here. There's no way. Ray already has everything that he needs. Including getting a flank on the Panther with his infantry blob here.
Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
Yeah, Tushkan is slowly falling apart.
They have taken our victory point.
You know, I'm gonna blame fatigue again. I think it's very similar to game 3 of the last set. It just feels like
We've lost a sector.
Yeah, Ray, a seasoned tournament player playing since Code 2 for in tournaments. He knows what he's doing. But keep in mind, it's like 3 AM in Korea or something like that. And so, yeah. Ray
It is
must
gonna
be
be a Sherman.
tired.
Yep. Sherman on the way here. Flak being found out.
Enemy is losing their grasp. They're down to 100 points.
96 points to go and a triple cap to deal with here. Last gasp here, I think.
So, you're an expert, right? How long does it take on the triple cap to lose
Oh,
80 VPs?
You'd think that's something I would know, but I don't.
Stretch now. Sherman's down to 75 points.
Same for me, but I should spend more time learning those numbers.
Yeah, it's a built-in game sense at this point. But like you said, faster tick rate in Company of Heroes 3, and very noticeable. So, especially with the triple cap.
Crowd's just wiped out of it.
And yeah, getting run over here in the middle. Grenadiers are managing to hold this point, though.
They've captured a victory point.
Point being taken on the top side.
Panthers heavily damaged
Unsustainable.
now.
Yeah.
Stuk has to smoke and run.
Flak on 2 HP there.
Enemy
Panther
forces
also
are
very
destroying
low.
the fuel point.
Panther gets zoned out by the single Zook squad. I still think the Zook squad upgraded Zook upgrades is too good.
One of our munitions points is being neutralized. Another infantry assault is ready at the rear. Give the word.
Yep.
Victory point is under attack. We must act.
Ray busting out the meta, making it work. Outplaying his opponent over the course of 3 games. It's kind of what it boils down to. Well played by both players, though.
Yeah. Yeah. 25
I know I'm
VPs on
calling
the
it just a
flag.
little bit early here, but
Yeah, this game is done. Unless Tushkan
never
can
like
make
to do
something
that.
magic happen.
Territory sector claimed by the enemy.
But it's a tournament game. Game number 3, you
Attack
don't want to
gunner has been
leave.
killed.
You play it till you have 0 CPs.
Enemy movement near the
0
victory point.
VPs left.
yeah, and I mean that's a good point. And folks should do that in ladder games too. Maybe not to that extent. This game is in trouble,
Victory point is
but
fallen into enemy control.
it for the vast majority of players on the ladder, you will win more games if you stay in games you think you've lost. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Let's
even on high elos, mistakes happen and then you can come back.
Yep. Stu going down though. And Ray is going to finish up the capture on this bottom side. Black
Panthers
trying to get involved.
just getting beaten up. Stuk died. Yeah.
Well done.
GG, well played.
was- Polar opposite to the first set, where we saw a lot of off meta, and this round was very on point on
Yeah.
meta. So
But I think even taking one game off from Ray is already an amazing feat. He's one of the most consistent players. Either the best player or the second best player, depending on who you ask. So I think that's okay. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back with the next game in a couple of minutes. Grab something to eat, something to drink, and see you in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 1 between Tushkan and Macross. We have Tushkan as USF. Or Macross as Dak went in first. And Tushkan as USF. Now it works. Today joining me is the legendary Shark. How are you doing, my friend?
Deploying engineers now.
I'm great. I wouldn't. Thank you for the legendary modifier. I don't think that's necessary, but I thank you for including me again. I always enjoy casting these games, and I love we get to see just a wide variety of play in these tournaments because it's not just the handful of like Ray and Fergie over and over again. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's nice to see guys like Tushkan and Macross, get their moment in the spotlight as well. All these guys are really talented, so thank you.
Quarter-ton
Yeah.
truck fueled up and
We
ready.
have heavy weapons being picked. First time this tournament. We didn't show the vetoes because the players didn't share the link. You know, last tournament it worked perfectly. Everyone was posting the link to the drafts, so we could see them in the draft channel. And this tournament, barely any player does it. It is what it
think
is.
This is interesting. This is I'm sure I'm not the first person to think of this, but I like this build with heavy weapons because you basically go barracks, Jeep early, get a couple of rifles out. You try to get your Jeep to Vet 1 so it can be a resupply platform. And so that gives you that early map presence against Dak. But the Dak got a nice buff in the latest patch with their team
Rifleman ready.
weapons benefiting from combined arms. So I think that Dak might be better suited to dealing with this style of USF build. I'm sure we will see here shortly.
Yeah. Will be interesting though. Keep in mind the 50 kills still retain the old veterancy from the basically the old 30 kill veterancy is now the 50 kill veterancy, so they're really tanky. And I still think Dak struggles with early indirect fire. It's not as straightforward.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility for the USF. And the funny thing is, so I think the rifles will actually do okay early game against the Dak infantry. They won't be able to scale. This is bold. Macro's just repairing right in the line of fire.
Yeah.
Oh, he probably meant to throw them in the 250, but they started repairing it instead. That's unfortunate.
Always click shift to unblock the repair.
It's control click, right?
It's control. Yeah. Is it control or shift? No, control.
Shift
You're
is
right.
the Q. Yeah.
Q.
But either way, look at this push here. Yeah, and Macross is just going to end up giving this up and resetting. That's a lot of fuel control to hand over to Tushkan early.
Ooh, 250 might be in a pickle. I don't know. I still think 250 is not a good choice as deck.
There are some benefits to it. I mean, I think he's clearly using it for the combined arms bonus and to keep his Pyos alive. You can debate whether or not, a third Panzer Grenadier might have been better, but the problem is, if you're expecting a USF player to play heavy into machine guns, the 250 is useful. A third P-Gren squad is not.
Yeah, it's hard against. By the way, Bike Hit Veterans 1 it has now its magical tracer rounds.
Well,
And
the
no,
Jeep is at Vet 1.
yeah. And no, Ray is not eliminated. We have a double elimination tournament, so Tushkan has a second life to make it into the finals.
Zuntu, I agree with you. I think, Tushkan was so bottled up in the middle there. You can afford to spread them out, especially with the mobility from these
Vantage point is
vehicles.
being attacked.
There's the third P-Gren. No upgrades. Or really even tech. Macross has got a ton of fuel piled up. He's got some choices here. And I like his patience. He hasn't chosen a battle group yet either. So he's got a lot of flexibility if he needs it.
I can give you some insight because Macross and I'm playing. Obviously, he's my main 2v2 partner. And we're discussing also how his 1v1 games are going. And I know, I think I know what he's going to do.
All right.
He's going for Italian infantry. Not for the L6s, but for the Canona, because it got 1 CP cheaper. And he said he has some great success using it as a big league. And then gets it as a
LAIG
heal.
on steroids. Nice. That's an interesting take here, especially because like the Panzerjäger command not really going to help him. Kaiser's not playing into light vehicles yet. He's going ISC, but we don't see a weapon support center.
Oh, he
Have
went
you seen
Panzerjäger.
anybody-
Never mind.
Oh, so, have you seen anybody go early bars?
Yeah, we saw that once.
Oh, there's 250. Yeah. All right, so he's going for the Gunapux and not even the tank busters.
Yeah.
None of the Italian units get combined arms from Mirage Flaw himself.
Yeah,
Man,
that's
it's nice to have the dev in the stream
Yeah.
to keep us honest.
no people can call out he can call out if we talk BS.
Yeah, Darren, don't call us out. I like being able to lie to people on stream.
Pretending you know stuff. Granatbüchse is so good, man, though. It has also more range than the standard Granatbüchse, so it's really useful. But still, Makro's suffering from notorious map control
no.
problem.
Oh, he's at least Macro's got that. Wow, he barely got the Crutchison out of there. Nice micro. Even in the face of this flank. The problem, though, is going to be fuel. Because Tushkan's had 3 of the 4 fuel points for most of this game.
Yeah, 4 palm grenadiers, by the way. It's the first time I see Makros doing something like that.
4? 4? Okay.
Exchangeable parts are available.
I don't know when the last time I saw something like that.
Now Darren says the Guastatori gets 6 flamers. That's in the upcoming battle group, right?
Yeah, the
called
Omega
the Italian
Flamer
Flame
battle
Battle
group.
Now this is Bolt Macros doing his heals on this +10 muni on the flank. It's like there's a little bit of synergy there, but so much risk.
Assault half-track, hitting the field.
It feels like Makros restabilized, but the problem is will be he able to keep it going. We have the first half track on the field. It gets
Yeah, and Tushkan waited until he had exchangeable parts to trigger the upgrade. So that upgrade is going to pop very, very quickly. Yeah, it's already there. 8 seconds. That's nice.
Sector gone. We must take it back.
I'm not sure if he needed the 76 upgrade. I think he could have gone for flux trade.
I think it's a little bit of a prophylactic.
Yeah,
like,
true.
Forces are converging on a
Macros,
point.
well, that's the thing. So he hasn't had good fuel control. So even though he can tech to tier 3 if he wants,
Enemy activity.
he's still far enough behind. It's not like he can immediately get out an 8-rod or something. And I think, yeah, Tushkan knows that. You see advanced logistics coming in already. Well, Armand, to your point, having that med tent up really helps with the KD because now your units come back out onto
With
the
full
field.
HP.
Actually, you were saying,
Yeah,
but
full
no,
HP.
the DAC.
No, that can't
Oh,
not met.
Lost.
Yeah, but actually, KD is 1.5 in favor of DAC right now. USF
Wow.
just trading casualties for terrain.
The oldest trick in the book. And I think USF can't get away with it because of the cheaper reinforcement cost compared to DAC. But is he able to keep it up for a long time, though?
Well, with advanced logistics, maybe. All right, here we see. Well,
Might
nice
get
dodge on the
dodged.
grenade. Did the DAC Panzer Grenadier grenade get changed at all?
Yeah, all
Ooh, that
grenades, all standard infantry grenades got
Defend
buffed.
our victory point.
I thought so, but I feel like it was kind of assumed because I don't remember seeing that grenade specifically called out in the patch notes.
Don't they have the same Granate as the standard grenadiers from Wehrmacht?
I don't think so. It always felt better than
Reports of enemy movement near our
the
victory point.
dummy grenade that the Wehrmacht Grenadiers would throw.
Quarters
This is
on the
very
field?
late flak filling.
Well, he never had fuel control, so...
Yeah.
Same
No,
stick
all right,
grenade,
Darren
according
says
to
they're the
Mirage.
same.
Flaw.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
like I said, he's calling out our BS.
No, this is helpful. I mean, in what other game do you get to have a dev like in the chat?
True, true. We have the PAC 38 being called in.
Pushed us off a sector.
Yeah. I wonder if Tushkan made a mistake going advanced logistics and BARs. He basically squandered the fuel advantage that he had rather than like pushing for a motor pool or a tier 4. Now he's investing in his infantry, which is fine.
The boys will have grenades soon. One of our
It's coming
munitions
very-
points is being neutralized.
Don't do it.
Oh goodness.
Oh, the ass bites did nothing because I got
Nice.
flipped by the
Well,
Jeep.
but they do nothing to the Jeep.
I was so hyped that I feel like
To be fair, like I would be so tilted if I had a Jeep and it just hit some S mines and just like
Lost
gone.
control of a sector.
Now regular mine would smoke the Jeep, right? A shoe mine?
if it's that I don't know if does it get more veterancy with more health with veterancy?
Stand by. I will answer for you. No, it gets its plus 60 health at vet 3 before then the buffs are rotation rate, weapon accuracy,
Ah.
rate of fire.
Then it would die.
Yeah, Grenadier, I understand he's investing. I'm interested if it's gonna work.
Macross needs to get 6-man upgrade and weapon upgrades. I think Daddy will beat those riflemen. Look at the grenade!
Oh, that grenade.
We saw some new Jaegers,
Oh,
even some
see,
success.
there goes the Jeep. Look at that. Macros across the board doing some serious damage.
Already.
And he has flipped the fuel control game here.
Movement near a victory point.
Did he weather the storm is the question though.
We've lost a territory sector.
No upgrades yet from Macross.
But I think he's in a good spot because Tushkan down to plus 13 fuel,
Defend our victory
and
point.
he doesn't
We're
have his
losing
tier
it.
4 out. So all he has are these bar rifles to try to push into,
A victory point is
you know,
under
the
enemy
DAC here
control
with the
now.
flak filling. That's a nice counter to the rifle heavy play. No motor pool, so no AT guns, just maybe more half tracks. Yeah, the poor Vet 2 Jeep goes down and didn't even get. So he has weapon support center.
The enemy is stealing
So
our
he
munitions
didn't need it for the resupply platform.
Yeah.
Nice
Yep.
flare.
The big question is, what is Macross game plan though?
Reports of enemy
I
movement
still
near
think the
victory
best thing
point.
to play Panzerjäger Command is going tier 2, tier 0.25, Marges and Stück East. Nothing else.
Oh, you call that tier 2? I call that tier 3.
A victory point is under
I
attack.
call it tier 2 because it's the second building you build.
Yeah, but it's just. But now it's confused. Like if the last building's always tier 4.
I call also the last building sometimes tier 3, if I don't mix it up.
Well, as long as we don't confuse all the people that are watching.
That's fine. I'm a master at confusing people.
Yeah, I'm trying to think like that tier 3, especially on a nice like wide map like this, could be really good with the multiple martyrs. You just kind of keep them central and force the USF player to really swing around the map.
By the way, I love that Macross parks his bike next to his AT gun for the extra vision to get those shots off and get combined arms on it.
Yeah,
I have no
it's
idea what
smart.
combined arm gives on support weapons.
Plus 10% rate of fire.
That's actually a really nice buff.
It's a very nice buff. And for AT guns, that's a difference maker.
Yeah,
Right, because if your timing is off because you're not expecting to have that rate of fire buff, and you're a little slow backing your vehicle out, it might get a second hit in. Oh, these P-Grens. Oh, flak filling's there to save the day.
Macross really stabilized nicely. No getting heal.
Rolling out.
Could go for the
is he
retreat nade.
saving- Is he saving up for an elephant? Because that would be super cool.
I know that he wants to do that every time in 2v2, and I say don't do that. Don't do that. It would be hilarious, but I don't think this will happen. But Elephant Gang Pershing would be interesting. I think that's what God intended originally if once he designed both those battle groups.
We must take it back.
I mean, I'm fairly certain that the Pershing smokes the elephant.
enemy movement near a victory point.
obviously one-on-one. If it's supported though, and you can't get around,
We have mortar HTs, and we can see the lightning fast grenade launchers or grenades coming down.
Commander, you have 5 command points available.
oh, Pack 38 whiffs.
But
Oh, the double mortar half track.
Oh, that might be a dead half
Flachlane,
track.
Get out of there.
Smoke, but he has no smoke. At least put hold fire. Oh, too late.
Oh, that's a
And he
big pickup.
missed
This Pack
again!
38. Pack 38 is done.
He needs to defend it, but he won't be able to.
Oh,
Unless Pushka
nice
eats this
grenade.
nade like a champ. Look at the mortars!
look at the mortars coming in. Wow.
He lost the AT gun, but it was costly for Tushka.
Yeah, I thought that was going to go his way, but the mortar tracks came in and made a big dent in that rifle blob.
Welcome to the age of indirect fire.
Wait, weren't we already there?
We have a backlog.
Oh,
of
Sticky
command
on that
points.
half track and is really trying to kill the bike.
No contact.
Wow.
Bike the
Yeah,
terrorist
half track's
unit.
just a truck.
Our half track is scrapped.
I don't know if we're in the age of indirect fire. But at least we know in the age of mortar indirect fire. So, Macross is getting slowly all the upgrades. He has 6 man.
He has 6. He doesn't have vehicle survival or the vehicle repairs. He doesn't have his tier 4 up yet either. Pretty impressive. He's playing this all with tier 2.
Don't lose the bike!
Down to 200 points.
It's
Keep it
gone.
up.
Nope.
Oh,
Bike never
yeah, no,
dies.
he's got to get out of it. Yeah, I was gonna say the long range penetration on the BAR is probably enough, but yeah, KD is now basically 2-1.
How long?
A fuel point is being lost.
Is advanced logistics not like save buying territory with manpower with advanced logistics is still worth it now
Our victory
with
point.
such heavy
We're losing
losses?
it.
Well, I think it only makes sense because he's invested into the rifles with BARs and advanced logistics and grenades. If he didn't have that, and he's going to need the survival training as well into the late game to deal with these Panzer Grenadiers because they are going to outscale the rifles.
Oh, he might throw the other 76.
Territory from us.
Nope. And bike
But
will
yeah.
get never hit.
Nice micro from Macros to get those mortar half tracks out of the line of fire. Oh, this rifle could go down. Oh, it does. Wow, it just
At the front.
The mortar,
Nice.
man. The mortar. Macross knows the way though.
Enemy movement near a victory point.
yeah for Dak the double mortar half track. That's potent. Satchel.
Barracks taking fire.
But VP control still in favor.
Rifleman ready.
All
Map
right, now
control
tier
wise.
4 out
Point
from
has
Dak.
fallen into enemy control. Reports of enemy movement near our victory point.
Tushka is just applying as much pressure possible, especially on the VPs. I don't do.
Well, I think
it works, so
I think he
don't
feels
buy
it.
it.
Taking our
But
victory point.
I think he can like feel like the army composition fight is slipping away from him a little bit here.
One of our munitions points.
And so if I'm him, like, yeah, you need to close this game out sooner rather than later. He still doesn't have his tier 4 built out. I mean, he could always go for the Persian column, which it feels like that's what he's doing. But look at those mortars just
we're getting more
melting these
mortars.
rifles. The rifles can't sit still at all.
Nah, man, if they
They just-
still sit, they die.
One of our sectors is now in enemy hands.
Yeah, it really feels like Tushkan's on a timer, right? Like if he doesn't close this game out in the next like 3 or 4 minutes, yeah, he can get a Pershing. Then that's the other question: is Macros ready? For
Macross
Pershing
is
to hit
getting
the
the elephant.
That would I would be so pumped if we
Yeah,
got
it's
the
the
Pershing
elephant
elephant
game.
battle.
To be fair, it makes sense. He has no ammo for anti-tank Overwatch. So it's fine. But he needs to get VP control. He's bleeding out.
Yeah. And
under
Tushkan's
attack.
got to also
Must
work
act.
fuel control as well, though.
I'm telling no, the
You're
Molotov
right,
track
you-
will kill the half track.
Defend our
Oh,
victory
that
point.
bike's gonna
Look
get
at
away. No, they're the BARs get it.
Terrorist unit bike died.
Enemy movement near a victory point.
Engineers find the Panzer pilots on S-mines down. Maybe if he had gone tier 3, a couple of martyrs to back up an elephant, but again, like with all these rifles in the field, why would you?
Heavy
Oh my God.
M36 Pershing tanks are available to run the enemy
76 is in the pickle? No, it's not.
through. Reports of enemy movement near our victory
Yeah,
point.
Macro's a little bit short on munitions right now.
Macros is short on VPs as well.
Arrow Hank. Yeah, Tushkan's about to get the triple cap on here. It's like his Macros a minute and a half.
No, Macros went for anti-tank
Pershing
Overwatch.
tank entering the field.
Oh, here's the Pershing.
And Macros is dead.
Last stretch now. Germans down to 7.
I wonder if Macros hears the Pershing and the Foghorn is like, crap, I should have gone for the
I would be
elephant."
surprised if he sees the Pershing and immediately surrenders.
I would be surprised if he immediately surrendered. That'd be...
He has nothing to counter it.
What, that one pack 38's not going to
Yeah,
do it?
that bounced immediately.
Are you kidding? Wow, you called it. You really know him. Wow. That's a little frustrating. I really wish Macros would have stuck that one out a little bit.
So you can see the Pershing.
Well, I mean, like, you've got 4 P-Gren squads on the field, so you can snare it. You've got a Pack 38, you get a second Pack 38, you get a P3.
The P-Fury is like not even...
No, but, like, it's enough. The thing is, like, at some point you have to count on your ability to outplay your opponent, and that's where I think... I just wish Macros had more faith in his own ability to deal with that.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough.
Plus, I like when games go down to the wire. I understand if it's like completely hopeless, but that was really funny. You just called it like right there. You're like, yeah, if he sees the Pershing, he will quit. Oh,
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with game number 2 in a sec. Are we going to see more mess? Because we love our mess.
the orbital barrage.
That's a good term for it. That's a good term for it.
My favorite thing about the orbital bombardment from Dawn of War was the fact that it just like froze the units that were caught in the circle and like picked them up off the ground and then annihilated them. It was beautiful.
I never played Dawn of War. I think that's a
Well-
sacrilege as a co-player. and
Yeah, you need fix yourself, Olvati.
Maybe Relic can give me a keys to... Oh, I think... No, I don't have the keys to Dawn of War 2, so maybe if Relic can give me one, then I will play it. Leeching off
Well,
there.
they are remastering it.
Before we go, I can tell a story. There was back in the days a tournament 4v4 just for fun, and the prize pool were first place all co-franchise games, second place all Relic franchise games like Dawn of War 1 and 2, and co all 1 and 2 with all DLCs, and the second place was just co 1 and 2, and the third place was only Dawn of War. So we always got second with my team. So we only won the co keys, even though we had all co games already.
Stormy Bird, that's a great question.
It does.
I don't know if-
It does. It does. One Mada with Cruise Shock Tactics kills the Pershing with it.
Nice.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back in a couple of seconds. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 2 between Macross and Tushka. Macross fielding as the Brits. On the other side, we have Mr. Tushkan as the DAG. Going straight for Panzerjäger command. Like Macross in the last game. What are we expecting, my dear friend? Shark.
So, I'm not 100% sure, right? The fact that he locked in Panzerjägers early and has gone for a second Panzer Pioneer, maybe we'll see some heavy 250 play, but I feel like Brits are the wrong opponent to go in against because they've got so many tools to deal with that kind of approach. So let's see. The fourth unit that he builds is really going to tell us more about his build there. And then Macross obviously going double sapper into Dingo. I think that's much more standard. This honestly looks to me like, just like in the last game, Tushkan knew what he wanted to do early, and Macross tried to preserve his flexibility. So it looks like we're seeing the same thing here.
Yeah. The question of what do you else play as deck? I'm assuming Bersaglieri or Italian Combined Arms was banned, as usual.
Probably.
So what else do you play as deck in 1v1? There is not many options left.
Well, Panzerjäger Command, in my opinion, is pretty much a straight buff to like vanilla DAC. Right, it gives you better mines, it gives you the opportunity for tank busters. You can either go for the combined arms bonus and cover or additional sight on your VPs, which now really matters.
Yeah.
So I think the Panzerjäger Command is a pretty safe build. That crowd shoots has taken a ton of damage from the Dingo.
250 on the way from Tushkan.
Yeah, and he went for a Panzer Grenadier, so very, very balanced build at the start.
An infantry section is present and accounted for.
A little bit of a dance in the middle, both want to repair.
Yeah, and then the question is like who gets caught out. Macross has the potential to throw a nice flank on with this section.
Bike going over. Map control is relatively even. Macross not pushing too hard, but the same for Tushkan. To be fair, Tushkan can't push really hard at the moment, as long as the Dingo is an unchecked threat.
Yeah, both of these factions are kind of slow to build up combat power, and so if you overextend early, you can get punished and basically get forced off the field. So I think that is why we're potentially seeing these players be a little bit more respectful in the early game.
And also fuel control no switcheroo. Both players will lose their home field.
And both players haven't bothered to capture the +10 fuel connected to their base. Or, excuse me, +10 munitions.
Yeah, I mean, imagine not capping a safe 10-pointer of a fuel.
The enemy has pushed us back from our sector.
So, the thing is though, what is Macross planning next, or Tushkan? I think Tushkan is pretty straightforward. You might get a third Panzer Grenadier or Pom Grenadier will then take up, get the flag. I think it's still pretty the same. Even though I think with the recent buff to the Adrad is also a possibility. It just takes a little bit longer till it's on the field, but I still think it's reasonable. Macross went for Australians. Are we going to see in the call-in Pupo AT gun, the small one?
Probably the 2-pounders and potentially like overpaired Humbers or overpaired Stuarts. I actually think Stuarts might be a really good counter to whatever Tushkan decides to do, because if he goes flak filling, Stuarts can kind of ignore it now.
Yeah.
And if he goes into the 8-rod, the Stuarts will counter the 8-rod. Oh, these P-Grens could get torched down here.
I think the 250 is a little bit ballsy there.
Yeah, oh, look at that. 250's done.
First major loss there, and Pom Grenadiers have to retreat. Will get cut off there.
That's a nice play from Macross. That's a really good trade for him.
Okay, Macross is just shuffling the deck, how it looks like. It gets the 2-pounder and then the Australians. I think it's the first time I ever see something like that. He needs heal,
I feel
though.
like it's a reaction to all the infantry on the field. The Aussies brawl really well with the DAC infantry.
Aussies hard counter deck infantry changed my mind. Dingo needs some repair. Heal is needed though, but maybe with the Dingo in the base he can heal his squad because look at his flamer.
Yeah.
He gets sneezed at and will die.
The Dingo can at least heal on the move too. That's fancy.
Australian
I did not know that actually.
It's new from the new patch.
Enemy control. We must counterattack.
Yes, semifinals are tomorrow. Might be a lot of games tomorrow,
The beggars are
but it will
threatening
work
a
out.
strategic
We only do best of 3, so should be fine. I hope. First time running a best of 3 double elimination tournament in Co.
claimed a sector.
Not in
That's a
Co
lot of
history,
games.
but in Co free history.
We have
And I needed to
300
figure out
points
certain things by doing it.
Do you ever like lose your voice casting all day?
I actually doing relatively fine about this because I'm drinking enough in between games. And that's also if I would solo cast probably, but with a co-caster it gets easier.
Yeah. Yeah, when I did that 2v2 tournament in the spring, by the end of the day, I was telling my co-casters like, just talk as much as you want. I'm losing my voice.
Yeah.
But Dingo hits vet 2. Yeah, Macros is going for the Stewart, and we're seeing the flak filling on the way out.
Look how greedy
So-
Macross is. No heal.
Oh, but he's healing from the 250, which now can also heal on the move. So both guys taking advantage of the new patch. Macros, awesome map control here. Where's that 2-pounder?
Dank hunters are on the field. Were they built or called in? I did not pay attention.
I don't see a half track, so I think
There
they
is
were
a half
built.
track, so they were
Tanks requisition.
called in.
But he had that half track from the.
No, that died.
It died. That's the new. Yeah, so he called him in.
That's a really expensive
serious.
call in. 275
We're losing a victory.
for a half
I
track
think
that
it's
you.
worth it. So 275 versus 250 plus 240, so 490. That's pretty decent savings.
Under enemy control.
Flamer Pioneer might bites the dust. Or Royal Engineer.
Yeah, he just doesn't pursue with it.
Can now call in Stuart light tanks.
He cancelled the Humber, now going straight for Stewart.
Sector lost.
Yeah, how Tushkan uses his Panzerjäger is going to decide in the next couple of minutes
A sector.
whether or not the Stewart are a good idea or a bad idea.
Stewart is so good though against that. Like one Panzerjäger might not be enough.
Oh, completely. Macros has had good map and fuel control though, so I expect he will be able to get a second Stewart out relatively soon.
Yeah. Second Stewart, then over repair, and then you have the never die Stewart.
Yeah. He's still a solid 2 CPs away from the over repair, but you can see that where that's going.
Stuart's tank available.
Well, 2 CPs are relatively fast
The boss are pushing hard.
gained
They're down to
if you do anti-tank damage and get a wipe with it. Where's Mr. Stewart? Should get the commander upgrade though. The vision is nice, but also the rate of fire buff is really useful on your surrounding units.
Yeah, especially when you're playing with this much infantry. And yeah, Panzerjäger half track is, I don't want to say out of position, but on the flank.
Gets the Dank Hunter upgrade. That helps actually against the Stewart. Bike dies though.
Oh, that's a GG right there.
Second Stewart is on the way.
We're down
DAC player can't win without a motorcycle. Changed my mind.
Bike veterans, you are the most important unit in the game. Here we go. Dank Hunters are coming in, but AT gun is setting up.
Reki already, wow, they just whiff their first shot onto the Dingo. They got to back out. And now all the Panzer pilots retreating through the Arty.
Oh, what nice hit. Could have been worse.
Enemy ground.
But it was already pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that hit was going to do more damage than it did.
Stuart's light tack.
A second Stuart here. Yeah, Tush kind of going for the back there. Oh no, this flak filling could be done.
Nah, Macros playing it safe. Light vehicle training's on the way. Macros is just getting all those nice upgrades going. Meanwhile, Tushka
Yeah,
is on the struggle bus.
Yeah, the light vehicle training is really smart. Honestly, like, I don't see why you wouldn't go a third Stuart here.
I think
And
he will get
just-
a third Stuart afterwards.
Yeah.
Vehicle drills completed.
I
Let's see
haven't-
free Dingo thanks to the upgrade.
Armand,
he
do you
can-
mean just if... Go ahead. Go ahead
No,
Wally.
do you first.
So, Armand, you said through cover. You mean like a units in green cover gets hit with the tracer fire and the marked target's applied? Or like through line of sight blockers?
I think he means cover. Like, green cover.
Oh, that half track is done.
Panzerjägers will not get out a second shot because kiting isn't that hard.
Ammunition point is being overrun.
At least it should not be that hard. I say that
Oh, now
and
more
then I die.
Recchiardi. The Sapper Commandos gonna push the Pack 3-8 all the way off. Flak filling could be here to support. There we go. Finally get some line of sight.
We've lost the sector to the enemy.
Look how different both games are. Like game prior and this game. I mean, like Dag getting beaten up in both games. Maybe
Yeah.
it's more of a Dag problem than a player problem.
Well, the KD is still in Macros' favor, even
Yeah,
though now
fair
he's
enough.
playing Brits. And like that's a kiss of death for Dak. I think, it's kind of a joke when you lose the Krodschützen, it's game over, but also not really. And then if you can't manage a positive KD as Dak, you can't afford any of those armory upgrades, and you really need them to scale against the Brits. And he's invested quite a bit. We got vehicle survival package, so
Over repair
at least
can be
now he can-
unlocked.
Victory point is in enemy
yeah, and
hands.
he can also go for tier 4. Vet 3 Dingo.
He has no an
Yeah, and-
all-seeing
The
eye.
beggars are threatening a victory point.
Yeah, Darren, that's true as well. So he also lost his early 250. Oh, Macros going for the Bishop. What do you think about this?
Victory point lost. The enemy has
I don't know. I think going for it's fine. He can. I think going full Stuarts against Deck is actually fine. Even if he goes for P3s with over repaired Stuarts, he will win. And then just bombard the middle so Tushka can't rely on AT guns. And then you can call it the
self-propelled artillery.
Archer. Because as we all know, to call it meta is the fun meta.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. He probably just over repairs these, has a couple Stuarts, gets a Bishop or two, tries to, kind of close the pocket, and then he can call in the Archer at the end if he needs it.
You might argue that the Bishop is a little bit too much of a tempo loss and what Stuarts would do the same trick, just more faster. But like
That's-
as Macross,
That's
I don't want to say
what I was
he's
going
a
to say.
careful player, but he's definitely like overly aggressive.
He really needs that over repair because the Tank Buster is doing a really good job dealing with just inflicting damage on the Stuart. Oh,
Stuart might go down, not might, will go down. But if he can get the
oh
trade,
there's the armor piercing rounds.
But
Not
repair-
doing a ton of damage, but the Sticky's going to come in.
one more shot will go off.
Stuart's tank has been lost to enemy
The
action.
greed killed him. He gets the wipe on the AT gun.
Bishop artillery carrier and crew on standby.
I think Macross was a little bit too overconfident in this engagement.
Yeah, he bought himself some space there, but he's actually behind on VPs.
If he loses that
No
because
drain
of
at the
poor
moment.
VP control, he will hear it for days from me.
Sappers have orders to over repair prepare vehicles for the coming fight.
What do you think we see first from Tushkan? I think a P3?
Did he tech up? Yeah.
Yep.
The problem with the P3 is, without upgrades, it's like Crusader, just in bad. So you need the upgrades. He has one
A
upgrade,
new infantry section is
and
ready
against
for battle.
the Stewards you need all the upgrades, else P3s are doing, so yeah. But Story for Tiger is not really an option, right? It will take way too long.
Yeah. He's got crew shock tactics. I wouldn't do the armored reserves because I think the opportunity to call in another tank buster, Panzerjäger, could be really valuable, especially if you continue to see bishops and stewards. There we go. Over repair activated for Macros.
Gets a shot in against the quad. Get the second one now. And the games are good, actually, Bobber. We're having great fun there.
We're losing a victory.
The new meta, we see a lot of different strategies. We saw some old meta plays there with MG spam. We see new style with Rifleman.
The enemy has
It
our
feels
That's
way
the
more
nice thing
diverse.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about a new patch. Even if it's just like a minor tuning update, is players go back and try a bunch of different things. And so I'm glad we're having this tournament like right after the patch release because you'll get to see like what's effective and what's not at the high level.
We saw Breach only once though. It looked nice though. It felt reasonable.
victory point belongs to the
I still think Breach will stay a niche ability, but at least a useful niche ability.
Oh, that's not good. Panzerjäger's knocked out.
And they loses the
Now they-
Shrek,
rifle grenade.
but nobody's there
Just
to
spawned
pick it
another
up.
one.
Now available.
Yeah, because you can't attack around to kill the Shrek. So maybe we'll get a double Shrek tank buster here shortly.
Do we have infantry training? Nope.
He doesn't need it when you got Aussies.
Beggars are threatening
I think Aussie's the faster veterancy game would be nice as well.
No, I mean, yes, it's totally a smart choice. Ooh, that 2-pounder's done. That was the stun grenade from the Panzer Pios. Alright, P3 versus Stewart here.
I think Buckross is
Wow,
throwing. Changed my mind.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, the P3 just whiffs on the Dingo. Yeah, that 250, look at it backing up to toe.
The AT gun,
See
but
the
both
improved
AT
toe
guns got
mechanic,
recruited.
very nice.
Showcase of all the new reworked features or improved features.
Yeah.
But Buckross has 0 AT on the field. He might, yeah.
Wow. Macros just throws it in again.
Macross, the master of throw.
Oh, yeah, I kind of agree. The bishop was an interesting choice.
Yeah.
Even the over-repaired Stewart didn't trade as well with the P3 as I thought it would. That's why I think like, if you're not gonna go, you know, full send with like 3 Stewarts and try to end the game right there, flipping into like Crusader train could have been good. But I think you called it out. Like, go get 2 or 3 Stewarts, get some map control, do the Archer call in. Like, you don't necessarily need to go tier 4. Crusaders are better, but if that's
Yeah,
the way
but
you wanna
against
play
deck,
it.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with the next set. Let's see what we will cast next. From now on, it will be mainly replay casting, but I think there's still some good games to watch. So see ya in a sec. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 1 between Reckley and Nub. We have Reckley as USF. And on the other side, we have Mr. Nub as Dag. What are we expecting, my dear friend Shark?
Well, so I was kind of hoping that we'd see Reekley stall for commandos, because I really like the weapon support center commando stall from USF against Dak. I think it's just fun. Not fun to be on the receiving end of, but fun to play. But it looks like he's going barracks. So, you know, I don't really know. I love the Weasel. I think it's everyone's favorite unit, short of the Wrecker. But it looks like probably rifles from Reekley.
Yeah, rifles with triple rifleman Weasel, like in the good old days.
M29 Weasel awaiting deployment.
Where everyone like knew it was a thing and it was decent, but you saw it often, but it was never like super meta.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, look at Nub grabbing both of the plus 10 fuels right off the rip.
Yeah, that's the
And you
beauty
would
of
think-
Dag.
Yeah. You would think, you know, Reekley with 2 scouts and a Weasel would have better map control early. And, you know, map control holistically is kind of even, but yeah, that's a lot of fuel income for Nub to have early.
Yeah, and Dag loves early fuel income.
Reports of enemy movement.
Weasel is coming over, Bike has to run. Bike might be in the pickle, but should get away easily.
Fallen into enemy control.
Yeah, it's just so much faster than the Weasel. But it's now effectively off the field, and now that Weasel's freed up to go help out elsewhere.
Nub is getting though a decent map control they're going. And like I said, fuel advantage for Dag is really important in the early game. You want to get out your LVs basically with the best timing possible. Otherwise, yeah. They're not bad if you get them out later, obviously, but I would say it's the most important thing to get them out early.
Squad deployed.
Well, especially as you continue to see rifles, the flak filling is really valuable in dealing with the rifle push. Now, you know, Nub's obviously seen the Weasel and he's seen one rifle
Point is
squad,
under attack. We must
so
act.
he's got to know no weapon support center out yet for Reekley.
It's interesting to see what Reekley is planning to do.
Captured a victory point.
Is he like, okay, rifleman, early bars, and give those Dag players a run for their money? Or is he playing more like old patch? Old patch rifleman?
Oh, this Weasel could get pinned back here. Scouts also in danger of going down.
Oh, they have a tough retreat
That's
path
the-
ahead of them.
Yeah, that's real rough. Especially the P-Grens land a couple of their shots.
But it
Orders have
looks
been
like
carried
the RNG gods
Oh,
are...
yeah,
no,
they're
never
done.
mind.
We've lost a scout squad.
Caster's curse.
At least the Weasel will self-repair if he can keep it hidden.
Enemy
He's
activity.
running though.
Our munitions deployed.
He will get away, I think. Oh no, never mind.
The closer we are to danger, the further we are from harm. Oh, the Panzer pilots could go down though to the rifles. They got jumped while Nub was microwaving elsewhere. Oh my gosh, rifleman can't hit anything. Wow,
Commander,
that certainly helps
lost
if you're
the
Nub.
sector.
Nub paid the tax to the RNG gods.
5 rubles.
Sector's been overrun. It's theirs now.
Weasel is in the pickle though, has to run.
I think he saw it. He caught it just in time. Yeah, he's got to keep backing up though.
Yeah, unlucky roll on the penetrations and he dies.
Oh man, those scouts. If Nub pushes, oh, he doesn't see it with the P-Grens. It's one of those things where you get a couple nice hit rolls and suddenly you get a wipe.
But what is Reckley's game plan? He only has 2 riflemen and the Weasel. He has
Yeah, now
heal,
going
is getting IEC.
Yeah, he went healing. Oh, these rifles in danger now. Magic tracer rounds coming in.
Infantry support center.
Another
Stocked
rough
and
retreat
ready.
path.
And a captain has been assigned to you.
Grenade on retreat from Nub.
Look good on paper.
Yeah, just... Oh, that rifle squad. Oh, the Krodschützen. Can it clean it up?
Which you...
It does.
Yes, it can. And he might lose
Cool.
even the Weasel.
We have riflemen
Nope.
taking the field.
He did not chase.
Yeah, another rifle squad out as well as the captain. What do you think? I know Nub has already gone fire support elements. I kind of think at this point, the like tier 3 8 rod build might be enough to just like totally drive it home.
I'm not convinced. I think... I love the Adra, and I still think it's a decent unit.
Routes are securing our capture
Mm-hmm.
point.
But the quad offers so much more utility and scaled better. Because suppression
Yeah.
is always useful. It doesn't matter if it's minute 10 or minute 30. Meanwhile, the Adra only does damage. It does a lot of damage, but that's it. And at one point it gets awkward to use because of the amount of fire powers on the field.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I think that's probably the safer choice. I think though, right, he's gotten a couple of these early wipes. You see Reekley's gone weapon support center going for a half track. That's why I think the 8 rod would be nice, because with the upgraded penetration, you can really chase down the half tracks. But it's kind of like an off meta choice.
We're losing it.
And I think Nub's more concerned about winning than being
A victory
clever.
point is under enemy control now.
Alright, Captain hits flanking maneuver on the retreating scouts.
Not sure if he... Yeah.
It doesn't actually change the speed anymore. The buffs don't stack.
But directly reading patch notes, would that be Reekley style? I'm sorry I had to do that. I love that meme too much.
Enemy in control of all victory points.
250 with Dagcutters R on the field. We have a dropped MG on the field as well.
Oh, that flag for link. But the Hinsjäger half track's coming in.
Oh, that might be a pickle. Dagcut will get the wipe there for sure.
They've cut us off.
Well, at the very least, the PA. Oh, it turns its gun away.
No, he
Oh,
will
that's
even
a
get the
huge
Weasel. He
pickup.
left on time.
Scrapped.
Weasel's backing up into the Pomegranadier.
Oh, it moved. Oh, yeah. Weasel's done either way. Huge pickups for Nub. Yeah, I can see Reekley tossing the GG there. Wow. That was a quick one.
It feels in this game it felt Reekley was not a point. Do we know how much Reekley is playing currently? Like back in the days it was easy to judge how much he's playing. Because he
Yeah, I
streamed
don't-
all his games.
Yeah, I don't know that he's playing as much as he used to. But yeah, I'm just loading up game 2. I mean,
Yeah, let's go straight in.
yeah.
Alright.
Laser foundations. Infantry company is going.
Okay, where are you? What do you pause at? You're at 5 seconds.
Yeah.
All right. Let me advance forward. All right, I'm there.
He played 14 games in June. That's actually compared for what he did in the past, not much.
That was like one game or one day of co for him in
Yeah.
the past.
Alright, let me know when you're ready.
I am ready to go, senor.
Okay, on go. 1, 2, 3, go. And here we go. Game number 3. Why I always want to say game number 3? I said it way too much today. Game number 2 between Reekley and Nub. Can Reekley recover after his
Standing by.
rather mediocre performance in game number 2? Or will Nub prevail there? We have Reekley as the Wehrmacht. On the other side, we have NUB as the USF. What are we expecting,
neither-
Shark?
Neither making a battle group selection. Nub going early engineer and going barracks. So I would expect probably armored, potentially heavy weapons from Nub. Probably a couple like
Grenadiers have been
I
mustered for
think
battle.
rifles are still kind of a trap, but I think Nub potentially going a couple of rifles into motor pool. This map in 1v1 is wide enough that I think you can move around with the Greyhounds or the Chaffies and be effective.
Yeah, sounds good.
And then, yeah, Reekley going with some Grenadiers. Yeah, I think Grens are they're still fine. They lost a little bit of their utility with the change to the merge and a little bit of their like pop cap upkeep cost. But I don't think Grens are a bad unit.
Yeah, I agree there. They have also got indirectly buffed with the grenade buff, right? Something people
Yes.
often forget.
Yes.
So it's not that bad.
And that actually helps them because, you know, if you're in cover, riflemen try to close with you.
And crew available.
You hit them with a grenade on approach. The grenade will actually do something now.
It's not just a toy grenade anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a smoke grenade. Yeah, Mick Curtis, Olvati did a fantastic job with the overlay. It's really, really nice.
Credits due where credits are due. TM Legend, the guy who's also the guy who's programming the website, build it. It's amazing, and soon it will be available for the whole community. We will release it as a download to everyone. We are just fixing stuff in the background to make it more reliable. Because it's not just an overlay, but it's actually a tool where you can put in all the numbers, so you don't have to do some weird finagling with the OBS, which is not always fun. It's actually a proper tool.
Grenadiers assembled.
Man, that MG42 and Pios just shoved that rifle squad right off.
Good old combo MG and Pio. Probably the oldest combination since in the core histories. In core 1, core 2, and now in core 3 as well.
Yeah, and Nub has both fuels, or at least did. Gren's capping one on the flank there. But a great start for him again from a resource perspective.
Yeah. Overall, map control is looking really fine there for NUB. I think... I don't know if it will be true in the long run. But I once said that the Code 3 USF is like Code 2 Soviets. Never-ending hordes of infantry. And I think
It
what
certainly
people...
feels that way.
Once more people realize that, I think Rifleman build orders will become stronger. We saw that earlier with Macross against Tushkan, where even though Macross traded insanely well, he still lost because Tushkan had cheap infantry and was therefore able to buy a lot of ground.
Victory point lost.
And I think that will be the main strength of USF with the early bars.
Yeah, I don't know that the hordes of cheap infantry dying constantly is a super fun way to play, or the Maxim spam 30 cal equivalent. But yeah, it does feel like that's kind of where we're going.
Yeah.
Yeah, the MG42 does fantastic damage even in green cover. It's just the rate of fire is so high. And so Nub picked up that Pio squad. Reekley is like, yeah, you know, I don't care about the nerfs to Grens. I'm going to go for a fourth one. Are we going to see a breach?
Do we have nades?
It looks... Yeah, he's got the 25 munis, but now the MG is about to suppress.
No breach.
just text
What
grenade.
happens if he no breaches? Would it break the suppression?
Grenadiers have been mustered for battle.
I hope we get to see. I'm kind of... Oh, he's just going to throw a grenade on the door.
Breach would have been... If he could breach would have been better there. No! They broke
Oh, and the
suppression.
MG42, I flipped around.
I flipped around.
Bastards have secured our territory from us.
This feels more like the Reekley we know. It just feels like he's kind of everywhere. He's cut off. Nub's fuel there is about to cap it up. 4 Grens. He's going for the base healing.
I wouldn't be
he also...
I would be surprised if we see officer quarters with so many tier 1 units.
Yeah. And going straight for... Nub's going for infantry support center.
Medics are standing by at headquarters.
Scouts get suppressed in green cover.
Ah, good old green cover suppression. He can't reach when suppressed. Okay,
We are losing possession of a capture point.
that makes sense.
Nice dodge on that grenade there on the cutoff. Yeah, and those rifles, like the MG42, oh, doing so much damage to those rifles. Now suppressing the other squad. Nice micro from Reekley.
MG42 micro, man. If you have really good MG42 micro, you will jump an insane amount of ranks with Wehrmacht.
Yeah, rifles hop on the flank. Like, I like what Nub's doing. He's got rifles spread out. Yeah, there he goes. He forces a retreat. Reekley going Luftwaffe company. Nub is locked in heavy weapons at the half-track upgrades. And he's building a weapon support center right now.
Enemy forces have captured a victory point.
Nap is getting weapon support. Yeah, okay. I'm just repeating things that you
Victory point
already
is
said.
under enemy control.
It's getting late for me,
Oh.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. These engineers, boom, clear a mine with their feet.
The good old
That
Soviet
hurts.
style.
At
But
least the Soviet style was involuntary.
it's interesting. I want to see what Nup is planning though. He's getting the shitbox, the 75 upgrade. I'm terribly sorry. I really try to avoid this term. I really try.
You've been broken arrowed. Reekley going for a very late
The enemy
2-2-1.
has claimed our sector.
And Nub's got the half track in the build.
Why can he build the half track? I thought you need tier 3 for that. With the upgun, or is it not the upgun version? No, it's not.
No, it's just this. It's just the standard half track. And Scout Squad, gunned down by Grenz on retreat. Here, the Handgranate comes in, and the rifles just run away. Hey, at least you got to respect grenades now. That's a nice change.
Have you seen the British infantry section rifle nade with Canadian flame nade?
No, is it just disgusting?
Let's say
The enemy
I
has
lost a
claimed
lot of
our
squads.
territory.
And they were not low HP or low on numbers, squad members.
I would love to see the quad mount because he's got the exchangeable parts, so he has some options. I'd love to see the quad mount here to do some extra DPS against the Grens. Oh, 2-2-1 could really hurt these rifles on retreat.
Will he commit and chase? Considering how greedy Reekley played in the past, he might do so.
I mean, he saw the engineer, so he knows the mines are possible. Oh, Reekley gonna go for a second 2-2-1.
He gets the snare off on the half track.
Nub's got to be careful with that half track because if he gets too aggressive with it, 2-2-1 coming on the flank, even with just a machine gun and burn it down. Oh man.
Look at how Reekley is staying with those grants.
Another Faust. Nub sees it. Yeah, Grens have to back off. Man, between the MG42, oh, it has the way phosphorus rounds pop.
That's a dead half track.
It's got to be right.
2-2-1
Yeah.
scout card deployed.
Wow, nice play from Reekley, just anticipating that push from the half track.
Nap a little bit greedy there, right? You see this icon, they start reloading. We have some time to react there. He was probably migrating somewhere else.
He's probably in TAC map, yeah.
Look, kids,
Yeah, and
that's
then-
how you counter tech map players. You use abilities where icons change so they can't see that. Because they're tech map.
This is I know unpopular opinion, but I think rifles are a trap unit in this patch. Especially early bars, even more so, because he can't beat Grens, and Reekly's got access to 3 different kinds of advanced infantry.
Well, I think the problem is losing captain, for example.
Oh man.
Enemy has
But
claimed
I still think
territory from
the MG42 is the corner piece to countering rifles, right? So you need something to counter the MG42, and relying on, I will run a flank and get a
their own.
daytost on it,
Control of a victory point.
is a lot of ifs. And if you
Yeah,
have too
and-
many ifs, you won't get it done. You need something that does it immediately. We have the buffed mortars
Pioneers
now.
are reporting for duty.
I think it's worth a shot. USF mortar was really strong, and now it's even stronger. Look at this nade.
Oh, that grenade. That was nasty.
And if you're playing riflemen, they need to get upgraded eventually, otherwise they will lose. Especially against veterans who want grants.
Scout car lost
2-1
to
gets
enemy
picked.
Oh. Nice pickup from the bazooka. The other 2-1 kills the engineer squad in the base and trying to avoid getting flanked by the Zooks. Man, Reekly's done a great job just living on Nub's cutoff.
Yeah, that was dead.
Light vehicles can now
Ricky
reach
nearly
enemy
has
territory and
twice
capture
the
resources.
pop cap. And Nup is
He's
struggling
on
for even a single piece of map.
Yeah, and at this point, 3 rifles against 4 Grens at MG42, they're, to Armand's point, he can't get the Grens out of this. He's throwing his rifles in to try to just gain control of this cutoff, and the rifles just don't trade effectively enough for this to make sense. And then, again, Vet3 MG, now fully healed, able to move up 2-1 in support.
Oh, the
Oh.
nade!
Yeah,
The new
grenade
nades, man!
deactivate. I love it.
Yeah, I
That's
love
how,
it.
That's how it should feel.
Sector now under
No,
enemy
it's
control.
even worse if you have like ping issues or something like that.
Oh, all right. Here's the Clown Car Zook half track.
The Twisted Tootsie car for all the OG Code 2 players.
I mean, get a second Zook and throw it in there. You start wiping Warblins. Oh, and Faust comes in. Oh, but it's got the Reckless Assault. Yeah, that MG42 just doing work.
It's sitting on the cutoff since the dawn of time.
We have lost the sector.
Half track sitting there shooting at the Grens who are ignoring his machine gun. And then you gotta wonder if they don't just like reset their cooldown and hit it with another Faust. And Nub's got to rebuild his engineers as
The
well,
enemy
so
has taken a victory point.
I don't know. Maybe this 4th rifle will do it.
Yeah, man, the 4th rifle will win the war. Is that the American equivalent of Steiner's counterattack? At least he gets some nice damage against the 2-1.
Yeah. The Grens may clean up the half track with the rear armor shots. Yeah, it looks like, yep. Wow. That hurts.
5 command points available.
That hurts.
Deny their movement! Dig! Worry about getting shot later!
I mean, yeah, Nub with Reekly sitting on that cutoff. I don't know that Nub has all that many options. Like
Territory sector
a
lost.
call-in Pershing is decades away. Reekly,
He
meanwhile,
has not
has
even the resources for it. And with the current gain
Yeah.
of resources, he will never have the
Yeah.
resources.
yeah, Pershing will be here in 2032.
When Cove 5 gets released.
Yeah, Reekly could just
The enemy has
this
300
Stas
points remaining.
Stug D call-in might just close this thing out.
Get yourselves patched up, Kinder!
He's also got enough he could go for tier 4. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Stas Stug D call-in into the Panther call-in. And somehow we're right back at the call-in meta.
Doom mission deployed.
At least he has no immortal.
Grab cover!
Rifles ready. They're just gonna skip Co4.
Yeah. Like they did with Battlefield 5. When Battlefield 1 and then Battlefield 5.
Yeah. Oh, these rifles. That's a rough retreat path. Yeah, Nub finally with the mortar. Zooks whiff a shot. So 221's going to get back. Right back to Pioneers for healing. Come on, let's see Breach, Nub. You got rifles, and you got Grenz in a building. Oh, he's throwing the grenade on the backside.
Gets dodged.
Reekley reads it, but
It doesn't.
Oh.
The assault group is on
he
the
retreats to the front door. The Grenz get away. Now, oh, here's the big rifle push.
Stuka assault
But the
group
Stug D
Oh,
and the
claims
Stoss
the
are here. Oh, look at these rifles just
We
bleed.
will end this. The enemy has only 250 points left. We have lost control of the victory
Yeah,
line.
never mind. Let's not even talk about Dawn of War 3.
It does not exist. Every time I saw it go to someone with the pre-order skin package of Dawn of War 3.
Yeah.
I-
Oh man. Stoss driven. Here
Getting
we're gonna see the merge. Red phosphorus grenade. A little bit risky.
Commander, we have command points that still
Stoss hit
require
Vet 1, pop their
I can
Victory
one
button
a whole
ability.
army. Oh, nice
just
try!
like that.
Gets
Oh.
a model.
There's a lot of health damage, not
And
enough.
that
Yeah,
calls
no.
it.
Yeah, that tracks.
Forces have crumbled.
Man. Yeah, Nub did exactly what Tushkan did in the first game, trying to like kind of throw rifles into the breach to guarantee map control. I wonder if players, one, are just interested in trying out rifles with the new patch, and two, are just like really annoyed with the MG meta, so they're staying away from it.
We saw both.
Um,
We saw both things working out.
Yeah,
We saw MGs winning. We saw MGs losing.
yeah,
We saw Riflemen losing. We saw Riflemen winning. I think
yeah.
we need a couple of weeks till the meta settles. I still think that with the new meta changes, you can contest the MGs, at least in the team games, in 2v2. I don't know about 1v1. 1v1 is always its own, like, rules due to, like, capping power. What's up,
Yeah.
Skank? So let's see how this plays out. Alright, let's go in for game number 3.
Can I get 3 minutes?
Of course, run
For-
to your
before-
fire.
All right, I'll be right back.
Alright, chat, so let's have it. Let's load into the next game. And I will do the ad block while Shark is away. If you like what you see, feel free to drop a follow, either here on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. Both are for free. If you want to even support us more, you can become a patron of RTS on our website, which is our website subscription service, which works like a Patreon. It helps us to improve quality and basically to keep on the lights. But if you want to support us directly towards the prize pool or the community, you can also donate straight into the prize pool. All donations for the prize pool are going into it 100%, like Green Apple did with $25. Greatly appreciated. Big thank you. You can also drop a sub on Twitch if you want. That will get then paid out towards the staff. So everyone who works on the project gets a little bit of a share of it. So big thank you to everyone who's helping and supporting us. Alright. Ad time over. You can also do exclamation mark. What's the title? I don't know which game is currently running. Play those mobile games. I know they're not the best, but if you do that, it helps actually a lot, because they give us a lot of money for people playing it. Just do like the basic goals of it, and then you can uninstall the game and never play it again. It's rarely more than 40 minutes of your time to invest. Alright. In the meantime, I will update everything else. I hope everyone is enjoying the tournament though. I know it was risky to do the tournament straight after the patch, and I think some people are not happy with how certain things work out. But still, it's great fun. I'm having fun casting those games. So yeah, I hope you too. Dex knows how the meta will evolve because he has the feeling. And as we all know, the feeling is the most important thing. Alright. Looks like it. Shark takes a couple of seconds. We will be back in a couple of seconds. Alright, we will be back once Shark is around. See you in a sec.
All right, I am back and loading into game 3. And I paused at the 5-second mark. Almost got one of those 2 pallets completely burned up. So thank you.
Good
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for game number 3, so let's start the countdown. On go. 1, 2, 3, go.
Got it.
And here we go. Game number 3 between Nub and Daxon. No, Nub and Reckley. Sorry about that once again. I'm so confused how it looks like it today. Let's see. Yeah, Reckley as USF. And on the other side, we have Mr. Nub as Dag. What
So
are we expecting?
This is going to play out differently than I'm used to on Twin Beaches. And here's why. It used to have the most fuel of any 1v1 map in the game. Now, the 3 plus 10 fuels in the middle have become plus 8.
Yeah.
And it used to be kind of interesting because you could see players fall into the trap of trying to really go for like their opponent's fuel control,
We have riflemen
not
taking the
realizing that
field.
there's enough fuel in the map that the timings are off. But I thought it led to like interesting games, different styles, different timings.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
sure if this change was needed to Twin Beaches.
Yeah, I just thought it kept it fresh. It was something unique about this map. And I like the variety in maps. I understand you have some that are like better for like strict competition that are a little bit more symmetrical. But I like the maps that kind of force you to shift your playstyle. You can't just run the same strategy over and over. And this was one of those.
Yeah. To be fair, I think the greatest way to show skill of a player is on his ability to adapt on those maps, preparing stuff. I know overall we don't have that in Co that much, like other RTS have, due to the nature of we are not full-time. So people are tending to play that what they always play,
Truck fueled up and
no
ready.
matter what the map is, with only slight adjustments to the map. But removing the uniqueness from Twin Beaches felt off because people had no issues with it.
Yeah, I don't hear people complaining about Twin Beaches. I hear people complaining about Toronto coastline, which again I think is unique. Oh no, and then poor Nub. His garage system caught while repairing, stuck there, and
Died.
oh,
Gap stretch at
GG.
C1. That's really bad.
no, Nub's not gonna quit, but
He
that
will
is,
be mad.
That's rough. That's rough.
Second rifleman on the way from Reckley. Reckley, by the way, went heavy weapons. He could start. Nope, he went captures Jeep and not weapons drop Jeep.
Rifleman squad deployed.
Yeah, I think the meta is still probably to play weapon support center, so
Commander,
it does not
starting
surprise
ISC
me.
upgrade.
Get a couple of rifles for early map presence, weapon support center for the half tracks, get an MG if you need it.
Palm has to retreat. I'm not sure what Nup is doing there. He's not getting the cap, he's not denying the cap. And the reinforcement that's coming will probably suffer the same fate.
Yeah, just piecemealing units in there. And look, the rifles, like, taking damage but not dropping models. Oh, this is a rough start.
Defend our
Dak
victory
already
point. We're
struggle on
losing
this
it.
map with how large it is. If they can't kind of get around and get decent early map control, losing the crouch decent early is
Victory
huge.
point has fallen into enemy control.
And you see, like, Reekley is just already investing heavily. He's got ISC getting built, med tent.
The ISC's
Yeah,
been
substantial
upgraded.
fuel
And
control.
Captain
Orders
Dennis
have
on the
been
field.
carried out.
I think has a skin. The blue one, the marine one.
Yeah.
Looks good. The
Gotta
com-
love new skins. Just paying for pixels.
One of our munitions
We were
points
recently playing a lot of Broken
neutralized.
Arrow, Shard, me, and other guys. And there are also skins. And then always my question is, why do you want to have skins in the game where you only see the icons and never the unit?
Well, if you can get players to pay for them, then you're good.
Yeah, obviously. Oh,
Oh, these
that's a Pioneers in the
Pioneers.
pickle. That might be that.
Oh no. Nub taking fire support elements. P-Grans come up to try to support. Rifles are going to ignore it and go for the Panzer Pioneer.
And he gets
but-
away with 1 HP.
Yeah, they won't get it. But Nub also doesn't have healing.
Well, only one model will be low HP, the your 3 models will be
fair.
fully reinforced. Could be worse.
Yeah. Yeah, but like all these DAC units are, you know, like these 1v2s and 1v3s. Wow. Nice dodge from Reekley, even with port on him.
Nap has a map control problem. And once he loses the cutoff, which I think he will soon,
Sector lost. No contact.
he will be in a world of pain.
At Captain.
and Revenue have been reported
Well,
killed
good
in
pickup
action.
for Nub. Knocking out the captain. Oh no, this Panzer Grenadier squad. That's one. Man. Yeah, Nub throws it in. That's just... Good luck next. Well, you like to see the sportsmanship. That's just a rough start.
Yeah.
That's tough. And I forget who said it earlier in the chat, but like Dak really struggles if you lose units early to kind of come back.
They're so expensive,
I've-
man. 300 manpower Palm Grenadier that only gets decent with a lot of upgrades. If you lose them, you can't never rebuild them because they're so expensive.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I have yet to see a DAC, like a competitive 1v1 DAC game, where you lose the crowd Schützen before the 15-minute mark and you win the game. Like, it just doesn't happen. The unit is so critical between combined arms bonus and the capping flexibility it gives you.
And Tracer rounds flips the engagement so much in your favor.
Yeah. Yep.
Alright, ladies and
What-
gentlemen.
Say, what's next?
No,
Lombardi?
go ahead. We are done for today. I think we had some really, really amazing games. We will be back tomorrow with more games. We have still a lot of games to cover. Tomorrow will be an amazing day. Tomorrow joining will be Debacle in the earlier time frame, and then for the finals, Mr. Daniel will join me.
Oh, nice.
So we have definitely
I
an
love watching
amazing
Daniel D.
caster lineup and amazing games up in the pipe. So thanks for watching, everyone, and see you tomorrow. Same place, same time. Bye bye.
Later, guys.